occurring. Cat in the lap. Snowing like crazy outside.
Oh, really?
Oh man, yeah. I did the grocery store yesterday early, because initially we were forecast 9 to 16 inches of snow.
Yeah.
But late last night they dropped it to 6 to 12 inches. But yeah, I went to the grocery store yesterday just because I was like, yeah, I'm gonna hunker down and just kind of wait it out. Hope for the best.
Damn weathermen. Why didn't they lower it further? Bastards. Just kind of like I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there's a kind of infamous clip from a radio show where a woman calls in and
Yeah, that was out of
you know,
Fargo.
yep, yep.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. uh,
Oof.
I've even heard it. It's clipped on YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah.
See if I can find a link to it just in case anybody's curious.
All right. So I am going to sell these trailers.
Yep, there it is.
Sell, 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 sell. No more moving 3 bales around at a time. No more of that. Now we've got the new trailer. Blah, blah, blah. The exclusive trailer under. It's not under the trailers. It's under regular vehicles. Cotton technology. Bingo. The cotton enclosed trailer. Yes, indeed, everybody. I got it to work. It is a cotton trailer. So you can go realistic with it, which holds 60, which is essentially 3 square bales. Because they're 20 each. So, if you really want to go realistic, you can do that. I don't know why you would, because that's crazy. Yeah. And then from 60 to 150 to 1 million to 5 million. We're going to go 5 million because reasons. All the reasons. And then I added I changed one of the logos. I didn't add anything. This is, I don't know which one this was. The goods, I think. And what's interesting about this logo here, in the DDS file, in the actual image file itself, this color, which you see as like metallic red in here, this color in the texture is actually orange. I don't know. I honestly expected it to be orange when I loaded it in here, and to my surprise, it was a shiny red. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I wanted to think about that. But we're gonna go Jack Moose. Jack Moose Red is a really good match for that. So we're gonna go with that. Yes, this will hold 5 million liters of bales, which is a lot of bales. I'm gonna buy 2 of these because we have 2 folks here. And then let's show off the gloriness of them. Grab a truck here.
Something funny. When you said you got it to work, your words blended together, and it sounded like you said, "I got it to work."
I got a twerk.
Yeah.
I got a twerk.
Yeah.
All right. So these, again, they have triggers around the outside. I basically copied a trigger marker. I loaded a thing that has a bail trigger on it, and I copied the bail trigger because of the custom collision flags. Because you have to, those are really the meat and potatoes of the game, are the collision flags. But all you need to do is, just like the wood trailer, just pull up and it will suck the bales into the truck. And there we go. We have 480,000 liters of bales now in this truck. And just like that, we have cotton in the truck. I want to pull around here. So basically, all you need to do is drive by the bale. The bale trigger is pretty big. It's not. It doesn't go to the very front of the trailer. Triggers and stuff are really hard to change the size of, because you can't have a scale factor on a trigger. So I can't scale it in the editor and just leave it. I have to scale it and then like bake the scale in, and it's iffy at best. But now I've got 1.2 million. If we just go around to the other side. Now I've got 1.86 million. Go around again. I've been randomly curious on how much cotton was actually out here. So this will be the dun, 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 dun. And there it is. 2.52 million cotton. Just like that. And if it works, no, it doesn't work. It should have worked, but it doesn't work. The for some reason the palette animation in the back doesn't work, and it should work. 100% should work. That was a minuscule thing, very low on the priority list though. I didn't want to put too much time into that. Once I got the cotton thing working, and the beauty is, as long as cotton is accepted in a cell point trigger, just like over here, you should be able to just drive up to it and offload cotton, just like that. And now I'm offloading cotton into the farm factory. God, this thing's almost empty. And there it goes. 2.52 million cotton in one shot. In one shot. Not bad. So yeah, much improved. Much improved, because considering this field down here, if I can pull this up, this field down here, and then this big one up here, these are both cotton. So I'm also going to do 2 more of these babies. Yeah, 685,000. Because I want to try, when that field over there becomes ready to harvest, I want to try 5 harvesters on them all at once. I'm kind of curious. I've never actually gotten that. I've never had a field big enough to warrant 5 harvesters. But hopefully we will get to that today. We're going to go forward a day here. And we are making some good money. So money really we've gone over the hump for money. So at this point, I think we're just gonna straight up sell a lot of the grain and stuff. I have some things still being produced. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, let's see here. Wow. Look at that. Raisins and grape juice are ready to go. Cake can be. Oh, what did we run out of? Chocolate. Okay, chocolate. Ooh, it's full. Chocolate is out of milk. Donuts. We've got some donuts. Definitely want to sell some donuts, but I wanna actually wait. So let's fill up a truck. I wanna fill up some trucks with donuts, and then sell them all in July. Before I fast forward time, how many of these trucks do I have? Just 2?
I think we have a third on the eggs.
Oh, you want to go check the eggs before I fast forward time?
Yeah, good call.
And if... Yeah. And instead of just selling them, try to dump as many as possible into the bakery and the donut factory. And then sell any that are left over.
Alright.
Donuts. I have no idea how these are going to spawn. Alright, so let's go open production. Turn off donuts. Turn on spawning of donuts. Yeah, I figured it was going to be something like that.
And here's another semi over here. So it looks like we have at least 4. Probably a couple more stashed away.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, the bakery almost absorbed all of them.
Oh, wow. Yep. Million liters.
Barely even worth coming over here to dump off the rest, but I mean, no sense in having a.
Yeah.
Am I in the right spot?
How many are in there? Just
688.
Just hit like Control I.
Okay. Oh yeah, I suppose.
Just offload them as pallets. And I'll just move them into the zone.
Said I couldn't do it there, so let's try over here.
Yeah, you got to close the back, otherwise it's gonna just load them back in again.
Oh, okay.
Now you got to hit it.
Says action cannot be performed here.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it spit them out, but then the trailer pulled them right back in again.
Huh. Maybe let's try. No, still give me an error. Huh. Well.
Hmm.
Oh. I was just gonna manually move the trailer into the right spot.
Not enough space to unload. There we go. I just hit I, not Control I.
Ah. There we go. put this back over there. Open the trailer so I don't forget. Which is a bit dangerous because we might have stuff laying around.
Why is this going so slow? This should be spitting things out like crazy.
Do we maybe just have that much production activity?
I didn't want to move back of the trailer. Why? Huh. I've honestly never seen this chocolate donut. I've never seen it behave like this. This is very strange. I even manually did it, and it's still like, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Oh my god, that's gonna take forever. What the hell is wrong with this thing? This is really weird. I've never had a factory behave like this when it's outputting pallets. What I think is happening. Let me hazard a guess. The trigger on the trailer, because there's an invisible box. Just imagine there's an invisible box around the trailer that's bigger than the trailer, but it's an invisible box. That is the area that actually collides with and triggers the pallets. So it's invisible, but the game still simulates it as if it's a quote-unquote solid object that collides with things. When you mark something as a trigger, it collides with things. And the collisions, that's where the flags come in. So there are collision flags, and there are 32 of them. And some of them are not used and depreciated, but so like a pallet is a dynamic object, and the tree is also a dynamic object, but those are two wildly different collision flags. So like the tree, when you have a loader on a wood loader, like a sawmill, the box, the invisible box, the collision flags on that is specific to a tree. It's the only thing it collides with. Pallet is the thing, something that collides with that. But if it's not made right, if you set too many flags, if there are too many flags set, then the zone that you output pallets in collides with the trigger polygon, the big rectangle. And so you only get the drops where it's actually able to not collide with that. So that's why when I back up, this outputs just fine, but when I pull up here, it's just outputting like one on each side because it's trying to unload them along the lines, but it's colliding with something with the trailer, which means I think there must be something unique about this donut factory and how they set up the collisions. Because I didn't really change much of anything with these factories. I like added, if anything, I either moved or added the pallet output. So you could drive right in between the two rows, but it's weird that it's doing this. And annoying at the same time because god damn, this is annoying. Yeah, it's only spitting out like 10K at a time. Why do I find these things while I'm streaming?
Yeah.
We haven't really used the donut factory very much at all, so that's why it's like this building is right out of the 70s. Like yellow. It's not even half full. I'm gonna go. We're gonna fast forward time so we can get started on the soybeans. Get those started. No sleep?
Sleeps.
Ding. Oh. Eggs. Wow.
Jeez.
Eggs filled up already? Holy crap.
Wait, what?
Did you not open the back?
It's open. They're just not spawning.
What?
Placement's good.
Yeah, placement's good.
Unless something changed somehow, but
Did maybe I'm spitballing here because remember when I said I added a trigger box? I think that's what's doing it. I think it's blocking the new trigger box for bales is blocking pallet spawns.
interesting. Now the question is, if one were to, or if we were to remove those trailers, would that fix it? You think?
Remove the trailer. The trailers themselves. No, the trailer. The cotton trailer is using the exact same 3D i3D object as this logistics trailer. All I did was add a trigger box to the logistics trailer for use in the bale trigger script, right? So the script uses that, or the XML uses that newly added trigger box. Unlike the wood trailer, which I made an entirely new i3D file for, solely for that reason, I thought this could work with the same bot or the same i3D trailer. Unfortunately, I'm thinking now it's probably not gonna work because I bet you at the hour set, the eggs will fill up. Let's do 51, 52. Oh my God, cat. Up in the lap or out of the lap? You gotta pick one. Because the claws on the legs just, I mean, they're not my favorite thing. So, there are the eggs. Yeah. So that new trigger box is colliding, even though it's not being used with the pallet loader, it's still there. So it's colliding with it's colliding with the pallets, which means I need to fix that. Now, do I fix it live on stream and show everybody how it all works?
May as well, because I actually wasn't planning ahead, and I didn't grab lunch, so I'm gonna have to do that at some point. So,
Okay. Well, go ahead and exit.
all right.
All right. Live modding. All right. Save game, which I know it just saved it, but I'd like to save it anyway. Quit to desktop. And I'm going to switch to the desktop. I know I have a purring kitten in my lap, and she demands attention. Okay, so here's the problem. Let's go to mod stage, TLX enclosed, TLX enclosed, i3D. We're going to open the Giants editor. Open. TLX enclosed. So this is what the trailer looks like in the editor. Okay. And then if I highlight the first one, you can see all of the invisible trigger boxes, correct? And if I open that, the other ones are just like wheel components for attaching the tires and things. So this enclosed, the pallets, no. It is under collisions? No. There it is, pallets group. Triggers. Okay. So this is the problem. This is my bail trigger right here. Right? This is what's colliding with the pallets and preventing them from spawning. I hear the purrs. We go to here, you can see collision mask, and you see this collision mask here is different from, say, the fill trigger right here. And this collision mask is just number 30, right? These collision masks, I don't know why they don't name them in the editor. They really, really should. They really, really should. Because it's not possible to know what these are inherently, right? But this is the problem. This is what's colliding with the eggs right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to save as, and we are going to say FS22 cotton closed. The reason I save it here is it also creates the shapes file. That was the important part there. So I already know the bail trigger and all of that works, right? I already know it works. So I don't need, for the cotton side of it, I don't need to change anything. But I'm going to open the regular one now. And delete my bail trigger. That's the only thing that I added to this file is that trigger. It's the only thing I did. So just remove that, and it should have fixed this. Now we need to go into the cotton enclosed XML file. This is the XML is the actual thing. This is what the game. This is the thing that it is the trailer in the game. This is what dictates the whole thing. It's got the name. It's got all the things. Like it's everything is in here. You can set all the components, the mass, all that stuff. And this is what we need to change. You can see FS22 cotton enclosed i3D. We need that to be in here. There we go. So that now, instead of pointing to the original, which is the 82 Studios masterpiece, now it's pointing to the new one, right? And since I'm here, I might as well show. I might as well show what is OS put in here. I'm not responsible for editing. I don't know what that URL is. I'm afraid to click on it. So in the XML, obviously, the wheels. 82 Studio likes his wheel setups. Animations. So here is the palette box fill animation, and that is what I have set on here. But for some reason, it didn't work. I don't know why. So it says fill level animation. It has it in there, but you can see fill type's cotton, and then we have this one line right here. Cotton container. Cotton container. Fill unit index 2. Trigger node is that trigger node, right? That is the node that I added. The trigger invisible box. That's the mapping to that. I could name it and then map the name and blah blah blah, but no, I don't care. That's the actual trigger node. That is the thing that has to have the right collision flags on it. So the fill unit index is an index into the fill unit. So you have to be very, very consistent with your fill units, right? So if we go into these fill unit configurations and the fill units, you can see the very first one is air, because there must be some mod out there that adds in air brakes and some simulation of air brakes. And so the first one on all of these, it's an 82 Studios thing. The first one on all of these is air. And then the second one is the actual what we fill it with, right? That's why this fill unit index equals 2, because it has to point to the same index on all of these, which is why I couldn't have the trailer, a single trailer, be everything, like wood and cotton and pallets, because they're wildly different fill types. Like the wood is a massively different fill type than cotton. Just wildly different. So that is what's mapping that. So the thing, the meat and potatoes of what actually loads it is under specializations. I have the cotton loader. This is a script that I did yesterday, largely based off of the wood loader. As far as the cat hair in my nose. Oh my god. So the wood loader has code, right? Lua code. It's just ugly. So the cotton loader will, it'll be very, very similar. And here is the XML path. This is what is the vehicle.cotton container. That is that. So the root node of the whole vehicle is vehicle, right? So that is where that's coming from. Vehicle.cotton container, and then fill unit index, and then the trigger node, right? So that is what how it's mapping all of that. And then here is where it's loading them all in. When you onload it, fill unit index and trigger node. Because I actually interact with that fill unit index directly. And then on down here, you can see a lot of debugging things and stuff. But this, to run through it really quick on how this actually works, when this thing loads up, right? This loads, cotton loader will load if the specialization exists, right? If that cotton container exists, and I love that reset my thing. There it is. If this tag exists, that's what sets the specialization, right? The script runs for every single vehicle. It's only the vehicle that has that tag that this functionality is loaded in. And if it finds that tag, then if you follow the thing, if you follow the code, it registers a callback, a trigger callback. And right here is where it adds it. So on load, if it has config key, right? Config key, string.format, vehicle.cotton container, it grabs fill unit index and trigger node. Now, if that XML tag does not exist in the file, this will be nil or null or not existent, right? It won't exist. That, and then we detect, is it nil? Right? This squiggly equals is a not equals in Lua, so this is not equals. So if this trigger node is not equal to nil, which means that it did exist, which means that this is a specialization, then we add a trigger to the vehicle. The self, right? Self is the vehicle. This is running on behalf of the vehicle. So this add trigger is adding the trigger node, which is, again, that invisible box. It's adding that trigger node, and it's saying, if it gets triggered, what to call, right? Anything that triggers that node, which is basically any bail, what do we call? And that is the code. And then it comes down here. This is the meat and potatoes right here. This is the thing that runs anytime a bail enters that node, enters that trigger zone. This is what's called. And so this is what I had to get working yesterday. So I grab it passes in the trigger ID, which is just the ID of the box that's triggered, and the other ID is the thing that's triggering it. Right? So I get the object. This get node object is actually getting the object, which now this is the bail. This is the actual bail. If it's not null, if it is a bail, this is pretty easy to read. If bail object is a bail, right? These are sanity checks. These are things you have to do to avoid game crashes. I grab whatever fill unit spec, because remember, you can change depending on the options that you buy the trailer, those fill units, that will be different. So whatever fill unit spec the trailer has, I get the fill type of the bale, right? Because the bale could be silage, it could be grass, it could be hay, could be wrapped. So I get the fill type, and then down here I make sure the fill type equals cotton. Fill type.cotton. And then if everything is good to go there, I get the level of the bale, which, you know, it's either 10,000 or 20,000 or some number therein. Then I check, is the fill level greater than 0, which it should always be. And then get fill unit free capacity in self, which means the vehicle. Basically, this will return how much available capacity do I have in my trailer, right? This could be 5, it could be 5 million. So get the capacity if it's greater than or equal to the fill level, which is the amount of cotton. So there's no loss, right? And then if it passes that, then go ahead and add the fill level of the bale. We can hold the whole bale, go ahead and dump the whole bale into the trailer, and then the bale object deletes itself. So that is essentially how this all works. The wood loader is very, very similar. There's an outside call to get the split type, and then there's an outside call to get the value of the wood, right? The liters, the quality. These are all internals. And then again, add unit fill level, right? So anyway, the thing there is good. Again, I don't know why the pallet box fill animation doesn't play for this. I don't know. It should fill that up, but anyway, maybe this will fix it. All right, I want to edit the version number. I always edit the version number, or I try to always edit the version number. For me, it helps me if somebody's having a problem asking what version they're using, making sure the versions are synced in the game. But I never redo the author, because 82 Studio did 99.9% of the work on this mod, and he still gets all of the credit for putting this mod together. I am just a lowly guy who comes in and tweaks it later. But you can see I've got 2 specializations in here now. I got the wood loader and I've got the cotton loader. So good to go. 1001. And close that. Copy the name. Send to compressed. Paste the name. And then I need to upload it. I don't know how long this is going to take with me streaming, but I'm going to upload it to my Google Drive. Again, if you want these mods, these customized mods or maps that I've made, they're available to channel members and patrons. All right, version 9 uploaded to the Duvalaki. And good to go there. And then I can't forget to actually drag it into the mods directory. And then we're going to start the game up again. And if we find it in here, TLX X32 enclosed trailer 101 or 1101. So this tells me this is the new version. I'm not crazy. Let's start up the multiplayer game again. Where is it? There it is. So if I go, the big thing is if I go over here to the donut shop. Hey, look at that. It's working again. We have donuts. So yeah, that was the issue. We fixed it. The donuts never lie. So we are going to go down here. So we have one. Kind of surprised the logistics trailer loaded the donuts in. I would have thought that. Words. I would have thought we would have needed the reefer trailer, but apparently not. Okay. Which also should have fixed. Zoom in here. The eggs.
All right, I'm back.
Just in time.
All right. Something ready to harvest then?
Oh, I just loaded back in and the updated trailer works great.
Excellent.
Yeah, it started working right away when I loaded in.
Was it difficult to diagnose?
Oh, I knew what it was right away.
Okay.
Once I learned that the eggs were not running right, not outputting, that's when I knew it was the trigger. It was the added trigger for cotton. So I just split. So the cotton trailer, even though it looks exactly the same, this is the new i3D file. It's just a carbon copy of the other one. So, at any rate, where is another logistics? That is a logging trailer. That is a goods trailer. I thought we had a bunch of... Ugh.
What are you looking for? Logistics or
Looking for another logistics trailer, but... This one? That's another goods trailer. There's a... Okay, way over here. There's one. Might need to buy a couple more of those. I'm used to like... Remember the last... the last world that we had? The Uber production? We had like 30 logistics trailers. We had so many logistics trailers.
yeah. I think part of that is that you had a lot of, we'll hold this for later kind of.
Oh yeah, I wanted for whatever reason I wanted to only sell at the tippy peak of sell price, and it was like, yeah, sell a trailer load of stuff for like 30 million. It was like, maybe we don't need to wait. Like, damn it. Figured as much. There we go. All right. Now I believe the soybeans are ready to go. Yes. So we can hammer those out pretty quick. It's just a matter of driving all the machines over there. Probably blah, 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 want to ensure that OS is in the world before we start all the machines, because once these are all running, it's going to be gonna be a pretty big load on the server. Yeah, you just have to re-download that trailer again.
Yep, already did. I did start the game like right when I sat down, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, again? That was the second time. You said it happened the first time too. You loaded, and you're like, oh damn it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Now, do we want to run... Do we want to run the course play on this? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. So let's just... We just need 4 harvesters over here is all.
Oh, is that all? Try to wait until we actually get the crops going before I start eating. Oh, there it is. Finding the right spot to hook these things is a little bit of a pain. Oh yeah, which field are we doing?
Field 2.
Field 2.
Southeast corner field. I say southeast corner, it's like the field is damn near the size of the vanilla 1X map. I mean, this field is enormous. It's really big.
Set this one up for the center, I assume?
Yep, I want to be in the center. Oh, I do love that unfolding animation. I don't know why I like it so much. It's just cool.
Makes sense. So I can drop this off. Did I go a little too far even? Minorly.
Okay, I'm going to delete, and then we're going to clear. Do not want that to interfere with the harvest at all. Reset the width, because these are a little thinner than the corn headers. Straw swath is disabled because we have more than enough straw.
Roswell.
Gotta go grab the fourth one now.
All right. Oh, it's getting jittery. Heck.
I am harvesting at 43 miles an hour, so this is changing a lot of the pixels. Essentially, what we're doing. What's really funny is if you look at behind the scenes what the game actually does and how it all these state changes on the ground, it's essentially a really complex way of painting pixels. That's all that this is doing. Is painting pixels different colors. That's how the game encodes all the data with PNGs and textures. I went over the trees on I think the last stream. I went over the trees. That one individual was in the chat asking about the map.
Oh yeah.
Talking about my big Bertha trees. I'm quite proud of getting those in.
Yeah.
Getting them plantable. That was, man, did that take a long time to figure all that shit out. Like it is not intuitive at all on how all this stuff works. All the different files and stuff you need, and where the split type is actually hidden in the i3D file, and it's like, yeah, it's not intuitive. Don't drop. God. Just unhook the harvester from the thing. Don't hit Q. Hit W. God damn it. Why do they have to make those so close together?
I mean, I suppose you could remap it, but at this point, it's
Oh.
in your muscle memory, so...
Yeah, at this point it would be really hard to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game has a lot of controls that it's like, yeah, do not repeat, or don't do that just willy-nilly. There we go. Okay, let's get harvester unfolded. All right. Should I get the one on the east side going?
Yep. And the one in the middle too. Get one in the middle started. Yeah, get one in the middle started. That way it's... And hire a worker.
All right.
And autosave.
is disabled, so we're good there. Alright, work hard. Oh, you got that one. Excellent.
Remember to, you have to reset the width.
Yep, I checked that. It's all good.
Fire worker.
May as well do a ride along in the one going south, just so I'm sure it goes there, or I know which way it's going. Well, there's been a couple times where it's like, oh, it's turning left, and turns out, nope, it was turning right. I'm just stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, not that you're stupid, but yeah, it sometimes you have to watch it for a minute before you know exactly what direction it turns.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I want...
Alrighty, turned left.
What are... Okay. Yeah, I even went up on the 82 Studios YouTube channel and yesterday posted a question on his latest video of what font he uses for the logos on the side. Because I wanted to match the font of like the logistics or whatever, and I'm still hoping for an answer, but hasn't gotten back to me yet. I didn't do what Wildman did for the logging, the one that says logging on it. So that was Wildman that did that.
Aha.
And it took him, I think he said it took him like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, because instead of editing it like a picture and just typing in like Photoshop, he actually went to all the other logos and copied the individual letters, right? So he took the L from here, he took the O from here, he found the G from here. Like, he went to all of the different letters and he copied them one at a time to make the word logging.
Right.
And the funny thing is, he didn't know how DDS files worked. So when he edited it, he only edited the big version, the full-sized, full-resolution version. Well, a DDS file has MIP maps. If you know what a MIP map is, a MIP map is essentially like progressively lower resolution versions, and it's always base 2, right? It's always base 2. So when you have a, let's say, a 1024 by 1024 image, that's the full size. The next MIP map would be like 512 by 512. Then you'd have 256 by 256, and then 128 by 1, and when you export a DDS, it automatically scales all of the different MIP maps, and they're essentially layers. They're essentially layers in the file, and then the game engine then takes those, and depending on how far away you are, it's automatic LOD, level of detail. But Wildman, when he made that logging trailer, he only edited the big one. So the funny thing was, when you were up close to it, it said lizard logging, but when you backed away from it, it said like lizard lawn care, because the next MIP map would show. I mean, it was a super easy fix. It was a really easy fix, but it was interesting. Little lesson in how MIP maps work. But yeah, I could have for mine. I could have gone through and found all of the things. All of the different, because there's a C, right? There's a C. There's an O. There's a T. So I could have done cotton. I think, I don't know. Ooh, is there an N? There might not be an N. Logistics, goods. I can't remember. Anyway, I tried to match it as close as I could get. But meh, I wasn't gonna lose any sleep over the font of the damn logo. What were you gonna say?
Have you ever, in programming, dealt with just a simple binary search?
Can you be more specific?
It's let's say you have a list of some sort, like list of names, for example, and you need to find one person in specific out of this list. There's no indexes or anything like that, so you can assume that it's alphabetical order, but that's all you can assume. And if you need to find one person in specific, you use what they call a binary search. You jump to the center, look at that name. Is it less than or less than or equal to the name you're looking for? Yes, no. If it's less than or equal to, then you can say, okay, anything in the lower half I can ignore.
Well, yeah,
Now,
what you're essentially describing is the quick sort.
Well, it's not sorting though. It's searching.
It's not sorting, but the quick sort, the quick sort runs on the same rules.
Yeah.
Where you divide it up into half, and then half, and then half, and then half to narrow down and more efficiently sort everything. That's how the quick sort works. But finding stuff, I'm trying to think, like, going back to like my data structures class in college.
It's probably pretty rare that one would use such a thing, because so many languages now have search features or search tools for their lists and collections and stuff, that it's just easier to use those. But I actually had an instance where I needed to use one in my job.
Yeah, most of my searching or finding in my career, I can't speak for college because that was too goddamn long ago. It's just depressing how long ago that was. Most of my career was spent in SQL databases, and so searching was really querying databases and finding stuff that way. Very little of it, having an array of items and just having to find something. That to me, yeah, I never really had to do anything like that because it was never like an array of items that I need to just iterate through and find it. It was always like SQL queries. And now with LINQ and C#, you can do that. You can do very similar calls that it looks like SQL, like a SQL database query, but you're actually querying against a list. It's really amazing.
Yeah.
You can take a generic list in C# and just do like a dot where, and then have a string, or you can have an expression, and you can sort by, like, you can say where, C dot whatever internal name equals this or whatever, and then dot order by. You can have what is essentially a SQL query against a list, and it will give you a list of the results of that query. It's amazing technology. I don't know how fast it is though, like how efficient it runs, and so I've been afraid to use it in like the vintage engineering mod. Because if you have, let's say you have an electric network, and the electric network has an unbelievable number of nodes, like 1,000 nodes, right? So you have a generic list with 1,000 different electric nodes in it, which is essentially just block positions or whatever. And you only want producers out of that node or out of that list. And so you can query with like the electric node, with the type of electric node it is. You could query only where, like, C dot, network type equals producer, right? And that will return a list of just the producers. But that query, I don't know how efficient that is, as far as like, is it heavy? Is it really like processor intensive? Should I put half in here and half in the donuts?
Yeah, I remember, I learned the initial SQL kind of on my own, because I didn't have an SQL class at when I was going to college. But since it was clear that, SQL, and keep in mind, I started my job in the early 2000s. So we're talking a long time ago. And it wasn't, I mean, it was prevalent, but, there was a lot of other options. Anyway, let's see, the employers, or my bosses, looked, and they found a course with one of the tech schools, local tech schools, that just oh boy, what would you call it? An off hours, like a night
Class?
night school. Yeah, night classes. And a whole bunch of us, not just me, went to this class. And anytime a new a subject would come up that I wasn't, that was new to me, because even if you learn it on your own, there's gaps here and there. Like the in command, didn't know it, and it is fantastic, because it's far more efficient than saying, is it equal to this or this or this? And as you can imagine, lists can get pretty long. That's a lot of ors.
Mm-hmm.
And that was always my question. Well, how efficient is this statement, if I use it? And teacher would often come back, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't have a SQL class in college either. Like, this was, all of the SQL stuff that I know and learned, I learned on my own. And it's just sort of, it's interesting that you can't that nobody was actually. I mean, my college included I was actually taught I taught C# to my college professor, my main data structures programming professor, because we were using C++ like the whole time, and he was not even aware of C#. And then for my job at the time, I had a job, and we were using C# because we had a contract inside Microsoft, and Microsoft was, let's just say, they were encouraging they were encouraging the use of C#, and yeah, so I learned it really fast, and I fell in love with it right away. Like, C# was beautiful. I was just I loved it, and so I started telling my professor about it, and he was like, unsure. And so I just organized a class. It was not credited, so it was completely voluntary, but it was the first time C# had ever been mentioned in the entire building. And yeah, I had quite a few quote unquote students. This was my senior year of college. Quite a few students, and then my professor was one of my students. And he went to every class, and I organized every class, the complete introduction of C#. And by the end of the class, he was like, "Holy cow! Like, this is awesome." I was like, "See, I told you. Like, this language is awesome." So yeah, I'm pretty sure he moved all of his programming classes to C# at that point. Because what's great about college is you can get college at the time. This was years and years ago. You could get college discounts on Microsoft software, so you could get the full-fledged Visual Studio for damn near free, right? This is a very expensive piece of software for free.
I think that's like a standard thing. I don't know if it's running now, but I'd be shocked if they took it back.
Well,
Last I knew. Go ahead.
There's a the Visual Studio that I use is the Community Edition, and it's completely free to everybody.
Ah.
So, like, they've fully embraced like the community aspect of programming, and the fact that there's a lot of opportunity for people to tinker with and fall in love with Visual Studio. And once you use Visual Studio, like, I don't care what you go to after that, like, it is wonderful to use. So yeah, my brother espouses, he programs a lot of in like JavaScript and stuff, so he uses like Visual Studio Code, which is essentially a text editor Visual Studio Code is the largest open source software project in the world. The most number of contributors, the most, like, worldwide, there's 800 plus contributors to Visual Studio Code. People all over the world contribute to that project. And yeah, it's amazing for a lot of things, but if you're specifically coding in a compiled language, I don't know why you would use Code. Visual Studio is, oh my god, so much better.
Couple of funny things. My when I'm writing JavaScript, my editor of choice is Notepad++. I'd probably go with Visual Studio Code now, but And then second funny thing, when I went to, I didn't go to a full-fledged college. I went to a tech school, and a couple of the major languages that I learned were COBOL
Oh my
and
God.
RPG 400.
COBOL, what are you, 60?
There were
COBOL?
still, yeah, yep. The tech school actually reached out to employers in the area and was checking, you know, what languages they're still using, and that's two of the ones that came up.
Oh yeah,
They did.
COBOL. COBOL even today. If you know COBOL, there are some big companies that would be interested in talking to you because their core COBOL programmers they're sort of old now and
Yeah.
sort of aging out, and their entire mainframe, you know, these big, I'm talking like big companies like banks and just giant corporations, they still use that as their back end because those legacy systems are really hard to hack into because they're legacy systems. They're old, and largely locked down and really, really, really hard to hack. So they're not really incentivized to change at all. And yeah, the legacy, those legacy languages. You know, my brother knows a young person who is going into computers, and I told my brother, I was like, tell him to learn COBOL, for God's sakes. Like that is, you could write your own ticket. If he comes out of college with a mastery of COBOL, you could go to like Wells Fargo, Chase, IBM, like big companies, and be like, yeah, I know this language. You know, I know how to debug stuff and whatever. And yeah, you would be in pretty high demand, and you'd be able to write your own ticket as far as what your income would be. You'd be able to be like, yeah. And you would have a lifelong career because they would never get rid of you because it would be impossible to replace you.
Yeah. Because if it's hard enough to find somebody now, think of it in another 20 years.
Oh man, there's no way. So yeah, a computer person right now, until such a time where these companies largely start or are basically forced to migrate their entire systems. But they're really afraid to do that because of how vulnerable modern systems are.
Yup. Or my current harvester is at 55%, so that first one that you got going out there must be getting.
I emptied it already. So
Oh, okay.
I emptied it, had, I don't know, 600,000 or something in it. I emptied it. That's why there's that other vehicle sitting right on the top corner up there.
Okay. Yeah, I just seen on the stream that you brought it over there, but I didn't see the part where you actually unloaded it. Cool. I do like how that works, how you can just, you know, put the pipe out and then drive alongside. Or does it automatically even put the pipe out when one of those trailers gets close?
Yeah, when it's a worker and you pull the trailer next to it, the worker will push the pipe out automatically.
That's so cool.
You just gotta, if you do it while it's moving, especially these Colossus ones, it's a nightmare to keep that trailer lined up. So I just hopped in it, fired the worker, unloaded it, and then I rehired the worker again. But when they're moving slow and realistic, like 6 miles an hour, it's a lot easier to unload them on the fly.
I'm gonna actually try, because I is curious.
1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.6.
This is probably
Yeah, my dad told me a story of when he was working on the farm, and it came to harvest time. They were, he was talking with the farmer, and the farmer was telling him like how to drive up next to the harvester and stuff, and my dad just said, why don't you just stop and I'll pull up next to you with the trailer and you can unload that way. And the guy was like, oh, this is harvest season, there is no stopping. When we're harvesting, you are harvesting constantly, because a single rainstorm can delay your harvest another 4 days, right? So yeah, when it's go time, it is go time. So you wanna get yourself up on the top, right?
Yeah, so that I'm in the...
So when it turns around and it starts going, you have a straight line right to the side of it. And set your cruise control. Make sure your cruise control is set at 43.
You?
And then when you get up next to it, you hit your cruise control, and then, I won't touch it. I'm gonna ride along.
Okay.
Or just hit the thing. I mean, that works too. That's not going to screw it up. Okay, I've got to...
Oh.
Yeah, you set it off center, so now it's off. And H. There we go. Yeah, try not to hit the $500,000 combine. I'm out of coffee.
Uh-oh.
Better hurry.
Coffee when you need him. Yeah.
Yeah. There's the pipe coming out. The worker sees it. You're going to have to go forward a little bit. Forward. And there.
Yeah, fortunately you can accelerate and accelerate a little. And
right.
Without interrupting the...
And it's full.
Woohoo! Should I bring this to the silo?
Put what you can in the farm supply factory.
Okay. Is that the one westmost one?
That's the one.
Southwest?
That's the one next to the sawmill.
Sawmill. Okay.
Because it's an ingredient in the mineral feed that we use to feed the cows. All right.
Deer. Let's steer for it. Oh, that's buggy.
Damn! I just got blasted.
I mean, I suppose I could have tried to avoid him, but...
Yeah, why bother?
Yeah.
Get your strawberries. Get your strawberries. Okay. Grapes are. And then what doesn't fit in the farm supply factory, you can go ahead and just sell straight up.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I suppose we're gonna have so much of it that.
Yeah, we'll put a load or two in the silo, but we don't need millions of stuff.
Right.
Um. Wait. Seed. Oh, I guess yeah. Okay. Let's get this. How many fit in the farm supply factory?
Just about 300,000.
Alrighty. Put this wheat in here. This wheat makes us seeds. Saves us money. Plus, it's so much faster to load seeds from there than to load seeds from that stupid thing. That's why I have.
It's a little funny that seeds are so universal because it's, farming doesn't quite work that way.
Oh, there is a mod that changes that. You can absolutely need the exact type of seed to plant the seed, like 100%. Alrighty, so that should. God damn those autosaves.
Yeah.
Mineral feed, silage, TMR is full. How are cows? I just put some food in there. Good to go there, and fertilizer seeds is being worked on. Good. We can put a full thing of lime in here. Do we want that? At this point, I can just start buying milk and eggs and stuff. Oh, worker G has a nearly full grain tank. That's calling to us to empty his ass out. Worker G is which G is it? There's a G there, and there. Oh, both G's. Both G's actually need to be emptied, and it's just kind of fun. Yeah, and we're not talking gangsters. We're talking like let's see. I want to zippity doo dah over here.
Something that actually kind of bugged me, but I couldn't think of a good way around it. So yeah, I had a Twitch channel, and I was planning on doing more, having like a YouTube channel maybe, although I didn't want to get into YouTube because it's so closed off now, or it's so difficult to make a name for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But the initials, Oserock Gaming, OG.
OG, yeah. You're an OG gamer.
Why does it keep turned on the cruise control, but it slowed way down. It slowed down to like 30 some, and that doesn't exactly help. I don't know what the heck is going on here. I'm guessing there's just so much going on the map that those little things are tough for the system to something and things. There we go. Is it going to make it in time?
Nope. Oh! Look out!
Ah! Hopefully that didn't mess it up. Looks like it's lined up enough. As long as it goes straight north to south, it should be fine. Alright, let's find the other G.
It's at the top of the field.
Yeah, I'll just wait for it to come down.
Let's see. Feed. TMR. Digestate liquid fertilizer. Wheat. Did it already. Seeds. Yep. Filled up the seeds already. This is fine. Sorghum. It's got 2 months left. Yeah, put at least 2 full TARDIS trailers, which is 2 million each. Put at least 2 full ones in the silo.
Alright.
And then the rest we can sell. So that still has 3 months left on it.
And we should have plenty to spare for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, plenty to sell. Even though we're going to store at 4 million, we're gonna still have plenty to sell. I'm not worried about that. Let's see here. Yeah. Rain is a coming, so we want to get through this as fast as possible. Looks like we are just about done.
I don't know if it's the weight of the trailer or what, but these combines keep going a lot faster than tractors.
They're geared differently. They have different horsepowers, different. I'm not sure the exact specifics, but. Alright, so when this G comes up to the top, he'll be done.
There we go. Speaking of done, I've got a full trailer load. Probably a lot easier to do it with parked, but this is fun.
Yeah. More of a challenge.
Yep. Oh, I don't know if I like a challenge. You know the games that I play. No challenge.
The games you play aren't a challenge. They're just annoying. They're just merciless.
Well, I suppose merciless would be a little more appropriate for some of them.
It's like, oh, you leak a little oxygen out of here, boom. It's like, God damn it. Okay, these should just miss one another.
Man, there's for stationeers, because I take it that's the one you were implying.
Mm-hmm.
They still haven't released that patch I was talking about. So, wow, how far are they gonna take it?
All the way.
Yeah. I saw something about map discovery and stuff, so I mean, it sounds like it's almost going to be like Oxygen Not Included, the DLC, where you actually have to, you have to take telescopes up to find the nearby asteroids before you can travel. It sounds like it's going that route.
Okay, I'm gonna have to evaluate the other A and G over there, because just waiting for this one to get to the top of the damn field. Come on now. Come on. You can do it. I know it's a long field.
One trailer load is complete. Should I siphon the rest of that one out? Ah, wah!
I put the pipe out.
Yeah.
All right, now I gotta evaluate these two over here. Okay, these are going to be just fine. Okay, let's gonna delay the evaluation of that. And just
I didn't know you actually had to have somebody in the combine, Tom.
yeah, you gotta have the engine running.
Ah, of course, the engine. Durr.
Whoa, whoa.
Jake.
All right.
Oh, X.
Still has 624,000. All right, and then we have this guy. Another 2 million. And in this guy here.
Should I park the trailer like we usually do, or leave it attached, or what do you think?
The trailer. You mean the header? The header trailer?
Yeah, the header.
Yeah. Just pull it up next to all the other ones, because there should be still 2 or 3 of them sitting there. In
What button turns the lights on?
home or F.
Ah, that's what I bumped. Oh, dang it. Die. I forgot to unfold it before dropping it.
Yeah, takes practice to get her done.
Yup.
This is why I actually have 3 TARDIS trailers. Because if you get all 3 of them, dun, 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 right? That's 6 million storage. That's a lot of storage.
Yeah.
And it's really fun trying to get like the second or third trailer. If you have them all, like all 3 pups, if you're pulling all 3, getting the second or third one in line while the harvester is running, that's expert mode right there.
When I dropped it, it twisted. So, diagonal. I don't know why the heck that happened.
Oh my god, did he fill up? Ha! Damn it!
What's that, the combine?
Yeah, the one halfway down the field is full.
Oh, shoot.
Damn it.
And the trailer's full now, too.
And the trailer's full, yeah. So
Oof.
Let's go drop this off. TARDIS. Let me turn that flickering. I don't know why the help menu has to flicker as much as it does, but yeah, I was actually going to stream Cities Skylines 2 yesterday. I actually made thumbnails and everything. And first, we had a freaking winter storm gonna blast us, which is roaring outside. So I was like, I better go get some groceries so I can just like hunker down and not have to worry about going outside at all, and just, not have to be concerned with that. So I had, I went to the grocery store and got some things and stuff, and got a couple things for my grandma because I asked her if she needed anything because I didn't want to go anywhere. And then I got home and unloaded everything, and I was still gonna think about doing it, so I loaded up the game and looked at the Steam page because I had bought it on Monday. And believe it or not, the reviews for it were like overwhelmingly negative.
Ooh.
And I'm like, what? So I look at the things, them, and it's all around crashes, performance, FPS, and having to cripple even people who run, even those who are running decent systems are reporting really, really, really bad performance. I'm like, ooh. So I load up the game and I played it yesterday. Brand new world, brand new map, nothing built on it, 40 FPS.
Ooh, dang.
And I'm like, And I had already disabled quite a few options. I disabled depth of field. I disabled motion blur. Quite a few different settings were already disabled. And 43 was the absolute max that I was getting before I even started building the city. Like, now, most of my settings, admittedly, were on high. I have a 3060, and yeah, most of the settings were on high, but I don't know what they did to the game.
Yeah.
Like, so there's not any modding for it. There's no modding part of the Steam page. There's no workshop button, so not sure what they're planning on doing there. But so the first thing you do is look for mods to see if any modders have fixed the problem. Barring that, you hope that the company itself is looking into like what the heck is going on, because then I watched some YouTube videos, and there was one video. There's a woman, like Diane plays something, and she talked about the early access that they got for City Skylines. So anybody who is interested in city builders who watches videos have seen in the last 2 months there have been lots of channels showing footage of City Skylines, the City Skylines 2, and one of the things she said is one of the caveats that they agreed to get early access was they were banned from talking about performance.
Wow.
And basically said like we thought it was because they were it was still like a beta version and they hadn't quite optimized it yet. Like that was the assumption. Like, yeah, you don't talk about performance if you get a really early copy of a game because it could be because it's a beta. But she's like, yeah, the first version I got to play just kept crashing over and over and over again. She goes, it took me or it took her to lower the graphic settings to the lowest they could possibly be before the game would even work. And looking at the reviews and stuff, some of the people who are posting saying the game is just not working, they're not trying to run the game on a potato. They are running the game on pretty decent hardware. So it's I ended up not streaming it because, for one, everybody and their brother is streaming the damn game. Like everybody. There were hundreds of people on Twitch streaming it. So I was like, I can't compete with that noise. And two, I really want to give the developers a chance. If you want to, I don't know what you're doing, Oz. You kind of disappeared on me. Oh.
Mostly I'm just, if you need me, let me know.
Well, I always need you. Cue the Celine Dion song.
Want me to park the combines?
Well, one of them is empty. The other two need to be full or unfilled or words I'm thinking of.
Words.
Emptied.
Should I put them to the silo? Sell them? What do you think?
Well, I'm using the trailers to unload them.
Oh, okay.
But I need to get the plows working here soon, or the not the plows, the fertilizers. So
if you want, you go ahead and start on that. I'll do the unload.
Yeah, you have to unload that because again the engine has to be running for some reason, and I don't have the automatic engine thingy.
Yeah, because that'd just be annoying.
Yeah, it's quite jarring when you don't have that going. All right, let's go over here. We should have, while those things were running, got all these other things ready to go. $1.8 million. Whew. Yeah, soybeans are pretty profitable. Pretty profitable. And hey, Ran Gaming, how's it going?
Because you got that message before from the first part of it when you hopped out.
Yeah, I didn't even look. So that must have been over 2 million for that first dump.
I think it was 2.5.
I wish I could get 2.5 million for my dumps. I'd be so wealthy. All right. So yeah, the saga of City Skylines 2. I'm hoping that the developers. I'm going to give them a little bit of time, a couple weeks maybe, to maybe address the issues before I stream it. I'm really hoping they do. I didn't buy the deluxe version or the ultimate version or whatever. I can't afford that. $50 is, especially if we try to go for like desynced. If we try to stream desynced, that's another $30. Oh man, these drive slow. What did you miss? Well, talking about the new trailer, the new cotton trailer, exclusive to the channel, loads cotton bales into the trailer just like the wood trailer that we have. So the very first part, I mean, we've been streaming for almost 2 hours. There was a bug on the trailer that I actually had to fix live on stream. So I fixed the bug on the cotton trailer live on stream. So that happened in the first 2 hours. So you missed that. Seeing the i3D edit and going through the actual cotton trailer itself and how it works. Try to give you insight into what goes into modding things and stuff. I like showing people, how the sausage is made, basically.
New direction of the channel, even.
Yeah, it's more modding focused. And yeah, if you're interested in knowing kind of the nuts and bolts of that, then first, I don't know at what timestamp when I discovered the bug. It was pretty early. I mean, it was 15 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
First 15 minutes is when I sort of realized, because it started with when I discovered that there was an issue loading chocolate donuts. I was trying to load chocolate donuts into a trailer, and it wasn't quite doing it right. And I was like, this could be a problem. And then the eggs when we tried to do the eggs, that's really where it showed that there was a main bug in the process. So yeah, fixed that live on stream, and now it's all working. But I can show it off here really quick. How many bales does it hold? Well, let me park this thing and give you a rundown of it. Let me park this right about in the middle, right here. So let me go purchase. And it's under Cotton Technology. And there's the cotton enclosed trailer right here. You can see cotton right down here. So the realistic version holds 60 cubic meters, which is essentially, it's realistic. It's 3 large bales. That's why your average trailer only holds three square bales, right? It's either 6 round bales or 3 square bales. Or you can go the unrealistic route, which is unrealistic, that's 150 cubic meters. Extreme, which is 1 million, or Uber, which is 5 million. So if we bounce over to here, and I show you, I have 2 of these already. I even edited the texture to give you an option for lizard cotton. These are both 5 million, right? So you take 5 million and you divide by whatever kind of bale you're making, whether it's round or square. So round bales are 10,000 liters each, which 5 million would be, 5,000 bales or something like that? 5,000 times, no, 10,000. 500 bales of the rounds. I think, God, my brain is it's second guessing myself. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 divided by, it's 500 bales. Yeah, 500 round bales or 250 square bales. It's a lot. It's a lot. In one load. So that is that is the thing I got working yesterday. I had a custom script. Again, it's PC only. Console, you cannot have mods that have custom scripts. So it just is how the game is. Like you can't cheese it, essentially. But anyway, the thing loads automatically. You just drive up next to the cotton bales and whoosh, it loads them in just like the wood trailer. So I just I modeled the script and everything off of the wood trailer. But yeah, it loads cotton, which will help tremendously in the giant cotton field that we have over here. It's close. We still haven't done anything with this field up here. We have to I don't know what we're gonna do with that field. It's another giant field. But yeah, we've made enough money now. We're just mostly just selling the grain. We're feeding the world is what we're doing. We're selling whatever we grow. It's just straight up without processing it or anything. I was hoping to play this map long enough to, be able to plant some like carrots with the new expansion coming out, but I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be playing on this. But I definitely get to the very tippity tip of that thing because I don't want it to hit any trees. So yeah, it holds obviously from three square bales up to 250 square bales. Hopefully, in Elm Creek, I've been making 2 bales of harvesting. Well, this is a 4x map, right? So this corner right here, this quadrant, this is the size of your map. Elm Creek is a 1x map. So that just this square is your map. So this field is damn near, it's over half of the vanilla map sizes. So these fields are enormous, and we have cotton planted here and up here. So it's a lot. Down here, we're gonna get this field alone will probably drop. Oh man, if I were to estimate 500 to 600 bales, square bales of cotton from this field, 500 to 600 at least. If we added up all the bales that the cotton harvesters have in them, because they actually track how many bales they make, so each one of those will tell us, like, you just add them up. That's how many bales we got out of this middle part right here, right? And that's this is way bigger. It's at least 50% bigger. So it's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot of bales, which is why I wanted to get that bale trailer or the cotton trailer done. So it's done and it works. It's uploaded for members and patrons. So I can't obviously submit it to Giants because it's somebody else's trailer. I just customized the 82 Studios trailer, so they get all the credit for the actual mod. I just I just did something. I just added some functionality. I have a wood trailer, so there's a wood version that does the same thing. It'll load trees up to 5 million liters. 100% load the trees. And yeah, it's good to go. So now we have a cotton version of it as well. And this map is also available on for members and patrons. So, I mean, if you're interested in playing it, if you're on PC, if you're on console, I apologize. There's nothing I can do for you. Console is locked down, just because of limitations of memory and stuff. Yeah. And I thought, yeah, No Man's Land. The map is still a 1x map, right? Most of the maps that they have on the official mod hub are 1x maps, because if a map is playable on the console, it is a 1x map. The console, like Xbox or whatever, does not support bigger maps, period. You cannot have a 4x map. So yeah, No Man's Land is still autosave is still a 1x. So anyway, all right, that is good to go there.
I got 2 of the fertilizers going.
All right, you got the fourth going there. Okay.
Yep.
I
haven't taken care of that the soybean trailer yet.
That's fine. We're not in a rush.
Yep. More just an FYI.
Why?
Yes, why?
And yes, I customized the hydroponics mod, hydroponics greenhouse, to include grapes, because I was really tired of doing the grapes. I just didn't have patience for it anymore.
So where are you going? Turn left.
All right, I need to have a quick bio break, and then come back and catch up on chat and everything. So I'll be right back.
I'm gonna do the sow as well. As soon as I get this going.
All right. Now then. Let's get...
I am back as well.
Welcome back. So it's still snowing like crazy out there. There's probably 3 or 4 inches now.
Oof.
Yeah.
What's the temperature out there?
Let me check really quick. I mean, it's close to freezing. So it's like just under.
All right.
Because it's the only real way that we get a lot of snow is when it's close to 32. Otherwise, yeah, it's it's actually reporting as 33 out there. So it's snowing like crazy, and it's actually 33. I doubt it's exactly 33. It's pretty slushy. It's pretty heavy. But yeah, when it gets really cold, like minus 20, it can snow, but it's usually minimal, like tiny flakes, light and fluffy, because the colder it is, the harder it is to actually snow. Because the air itself, when it's super cold, it does not hold a lot of moisture. Like super cold air doesn't hold very much moisture.
Yeah. That's why the humidity is represented as a percentage, not a core value.
Right. Humidity is always relative to what the temperature is. The one thing I don't know about the humidity thing is, how do they determine dew point? Because the dew point changes. And I don't know what controls the dew point. I don't know if it's some combination of like barometric pressure and temperature, but it's weird that the dew point fluctuates. You know, sometimes the dew point is 32, sometimes it's 68. Like, depending on the time of year and what's going on, the dew point can wildly fluctuate. But the relative humidity is relative to the dew point.
Yeah.
So how much moisture is in the air can change depending on what temperature it is. Warm air can hold a lot more moisture, which is why, yeah, it's 32 degrees, and it's snowing like crazy. Okay, get this lined up. Oh, Ran Gaming, I'm getting a PC. Oh, it's funny. I got to go, bye, and then I'm back. That was a quick hiatus. Okay, so we have I was really hoping. Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, these two fields here. Looks like these are gonna finish in the same time. I forgot what they did. We have to plant that other field that we plowed last stream. It's just sitting up there untouched. Not sure what to plant with that.
More cotton, of course.
I'm gonna set French fries and cereal to sell to see what kind of shenanigans we can come up with here. Just sell them directly from the factory. I don't know, does it sell all at once or does it sell little bits and pieces at a time? I'm not sure how that works. But it only does it at the top of the hour, so.
Alright, I got one of those tractors going. Plows.
Keep an eye on the sprayers as well.
Yep.
Well, they're going to be close to done here pretty soon.
Should I just sell the remaining soybeans?
Yep.
Okay. Even though I had just asked, my brain started lining it up for the cargo. Or for the infinite silo thingy. Huh. Ah, okay. I didn't have the trailer highlighted. I guess I didn't know that was a thing. I should have, but didn't.
Oh yeah, when you don't get the prompt, you're like, "What? Did it break?" And then it's like, "Oh, I didn't have the right thing highlighted." All right, I'm going to monitor this, make sure it doesn't try to plow under our sorghum.
Good call.
Oh, Yep. Okay.
What's up?
Boy, I'm glad I turned that on.
Ooh.
Yeah, the whole field needs lime, so.
Oh.
Yep. Very, very glad I turned the button on to see. Because this one up here also needs lime, so this is going to be uber lime.
Limapalooza?
Yeah, we're gonna have. I'm glad I filled up all the limers because all the limers now have 1 million lime in it, so they're all full. And they should make pretty short work out of these fields because they're 42 meters wide. But we could probably, well, I don't know if we have enough tractors, and we definitely don't have enough worker slots because unfortunately you can only hire 10 workers. So
Here it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 workers.
Ah.
And we have room for another plow.
Yep. Got it going. It took me a minute to find it.
All right.
Well, that
we
I
are
was selling.
turning the right way. So this will be 8. Don't plow me. That'll be 8 workers. Now we just need... See if we can't quickly lime. I need to find 2 more tractors. 2 more tractors. Here, tractor, where are you?
Is one next to the farm supply factory?
Ooh. Yeah, there it is. It's holding the wheat. There's one.
And the plows can be automated. It's just the rock pickers that can't, right?
Well, rock pickers can. You just can't do headlands on the rock pickers.
Ah.
And then the very last rock picker. It's yes, they can be, but the very last one, if you do the middle like we do. Finished work.
Yep. The fertilizers.
Oh, right, okay.
They were going like literally head on. They even butted, but I had hopped into one of them and stopped it. Stopped it enough to where they didn't mash into each other and mess up both their lines. So. Was too focused on the plows, not on the fertilizer.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other 2 fertilizers are...
I think they will finish the field. I'll hop in the other one because it looks like it probably can get just a small stripe.
Yeah. That unfortunately has to be manual.
Yep.
I really want to get to the cotton, so to use the cotton trailers, we just gotta get through these fields first. Get this field limed and planted. Get this field limed and planted. The planters are so wide. That does not take long to do a field. You have a 120-foot wide planter. It can do a lot in not very much time. And these limers actually have a wider. I think it's a wider 42 meters. Yeah, I think the DB120s are like 36.5 meters. So the limers actually are even wider.
One setting to get the rest of it. So, not bad.
And as these finish work, we'll be able to hire for these. When I modded these fertilizer spreaders, I should have, this is one of the very first things I modded. To hold more, because by default, these fertilizer spreaders only hold like 3,600. And the damn thing uses 9,000 liters a minute. So it's like, you go down the field once and the thing empties, and it's like, okay, now I gotta fill it up. Run down the field once, and I was like, no. This is not gonna happen. So I modded it to hold more, but I didn't mod the speed limit because it was one of the first things I modded, and I didn't really know at the time like all the little nuances and all the things. So you know, this is a learning process. All of the modding and all of the little individual tools and stuff. But yeah, I want to get into cotton, show off the exclusive cotton trailer. Wow, this is a big field. We might need the other limers on here because wow, this is a big field. This is deceptively large. I'm even with all the stuff going on the map right now, I'm getting more FPS right now than I got in City Skylines 2. Like right now I'm at 48 FPS and I maxed out at 43 on that game. Brand new map. Not even a building. And I was getting like 43 FPS. So
Man, I know you love that not that game, but that genre, or genre is not the right word. But I totally would have instant refunded when I found that out.
I mean, I know that the company, I mean, they did the first game. They did a good job on the first game. Obviously, they're using some new tech, or they implemented some new tech up, you know, whatever. I want to give them a little benefit of the doubt. I mean, if it was like EA, yeah, I'd absolutely refund it if it was like an EA game. But, I mean, Colossal Order, they usually embrace modding. They you know, there are things about the company that I more appreciate, and give them a benefit of the doubt. But, well, also the fact of, you know, the last game is 10 years old. So 10 years from now, you can't compare the performance of the current game with the current hardware, because 10 years ago, the hardware was way different. And the performance, when the game first came out, was, you know, it was probably the same. So the expectations, I think, for some reason, they don't roll over. People think, oh, the old game, I get tons of FPS with the old game. It's like, yeah, but the hardware you're using is 10 years after the game came out. So you're comparing basically apples and oranges at that point. So yeah. I understand a game company coming out with a game and introducing features and fidelity in graphics kind of ahead of its time in order to support future hardware. So, I mean, 43 FPS is still plenty playable. I was just really worried about streaming it because that's a drain. That's a significant drain on resources. But I wasn't sure what would happen when the city got really big. Because I saw reports that were like, you know, it's unplayable after 10,000 people. All right, hire this guy. We just got to make sure he actually goes the right direction. And let's go grab another limer. So you want to monitor that limer coming down that field just to make sure it turns the right direction?
There. Sure. I'm in the middle of moving the fertilizers, but I can keep a second eye out for that.
Okay. I just wasn't sure what you were doing, so it's fine. I'm just getting this one ready to go here.
I wonder what does happen if you put lime on an already planted field. In real life, I can't imagine that'd be great for the plants. It probably wouldn't, kill them, but it'd probably impact the harvest.
Go forth and lime, sir. Go forth. Okay. I can monitor this guy now.
Actually, I can kind of see it out of the corner of my eye. But yeah, if you wanna.
But yeah, go ahead and drop the... We want to grab the other two limers and get them started on the other field. So with the plows, if you're pulling plows off... No, you're pulling fertilizers off. Never mind.
Yep.
Words and stuff. Things.
Oh, something popped into my brain.
Ooh. Hopefully it wasn't an aneurysm.
God, you never know. We were talking about max headroom. What was that, on Saturday, or was that Wednesday?
I think that might have been on Saturday, yeah.
Okay. And it occurred to me now, one of the, pivotal plot points of that TV show, actually, I guess there was a movie before a TV show, although it could have been just like the first episode split up or something, or the other way around. But anyway, it's funny because, like, one of the big plot points is that world was corrupt media, really just crappy media.
See, I don't remember anything about a TV. I just remember commercials having him, and I remember him from the Back to the Future, the second Back to the Future, and that's the extent. That's the absolute extent of my understanding of Max Headroom. I don't remember him from a TV show. I don't know if I was just too young to understand or whatever, or just it wasn't that memorable to begin with. Hates to say it, but sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the TV show didn't get, I think they had a small second season, so. Oh, you'll probably find it a little funny. Max Headroom is a really weird name, right?
Yeah.
So the beginning of the show, it has the actor. I can't remember. I can't actually even remember the name of the character. He goes to investigate some company. I can't remember what it was. And he was making a quick escape through their garage or parking lot, underground parking. and the a not necessarily a gate, but something comes down and he runs into it, butts his head and knocks him out, knocks him unconscious. And the company had like a whiz kid that was kind of an emerging thing back then. The
Or
theory that kids learn really well, etc. What's that?
yeah, there were a couple movies that I remember really well that starred like kids. Daryl was one of my favorites when I was young. Daryl and Flight of the Navigator. I don't know if you remember either of those.
Yep.
Um,
Not Daryl, but
Daryl, and then the other one was the Explorers. You remember the Explorers?
maybe.
River Phoenix, the very famous child actors for the time, but the Explorers was the one where they made the spaceship out of the tilt-a-whirl. The tilt-a-whirl thing that you sit in,
Okay.
and they end up going out and seeing aliens, right? They get introduced to aliens, and like I've seen the movie I watched it several times when I was a kid, of course, and it was entertaining, and the aliens were kind of weird and cool, and it was a good movie. And then I watched it again. It was on some streaming service a few years ago, and so I watched it again, and better understood the message that the aliens had, and I was shocked at how like profound and like how profound the message was, because I didn't I mean the aliens were talking. I didn't like absorb any of that when I was young, like 8, 9, 10 years old. I watched it and it was like haha, laugh, get creeped out by the aliens. It kind of, I mean, the very first time I watched it, it kind of was scary because it was, there are alien ships and what happens and blah, blah, blah. But then when I watched it a few years ago, I was like, holy cow, because the aliens basically said, the basic message was, we are introducing ourselves to you because we think that you're okay to tell humanity as a whole. We would not reveal ourselves to humanity as a whole because you are a violent, very violent species, and that is how you solve all your problems. And it was just like, I watched it and went, holy cow. Yeah.
Bastards. How dare they say that? I'll kick their ass.
Yeah, I was like, how accurate was that? And I just completely missed that as a kid. Just didn't even register. So it was kind of funny that they hit the nail on the head with that. All right, we have.
But yeah, so they take the reporter to this whiz kid, and the whiz kid hooks him up to I think it was just like 2 little pads on the side of his temples, that whole thing, which we know need way more than that. But literally downloads his brain and creates a virtual representation, because they needed to see how much he knew.
Oh, okay.
And they couldn't question him because they thought he was dying. Well, it turns out that he does survive. But they've got this this clone, a mental clone of him. And the first things it's saying is the last thing he saw. That beam that came down had the words "Max Headroom" on it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea. I just thought it was a gimmick invented by Pepsi. Like, I did not at the time, like, equate it with a show because I don't think I ever saw it.
I think they were thinking that the show was going to get far bigger.
Don't they always?
And nowadays, because they were, like I said, they were a little prophetic. I don't think I specifically said it, but they were quite prophetic in their prediction that media sucks. They were just maybe a decade too early.
Oh shit! We gotta stop. We gotta stop this guy. I think. Maybe. Damn, we're gonna be mismatched on the.
Gonna miss a sliver.
Well, no, it's gonna be one. One is gonna be on the bottom of the field, and one is gonna be on the top of the field. So I think when when that one gets to the bottom of the field, go ahead and fold it up and park it.
Okay.
And then this one that I'm in, we'll get to the bottom and then go right back up to the top and finish off the field. But yeah, that one when it gets to the bottom, just shut her down. Okay.
I think another big point of the movie was something about education. I think that they relied on TV for the education of the masses, and if you actually had to, you actually wanted to learn something, you had to go to a school. But it was a while ago that I saw it. I mean, it wasn't, I didn't see it when it first aired. It just popped in my head. I think I might have saw Max Headroom on another TV show. It wasn't Back to the Future, but it kind of reminded me, and I'm like, oh yeah, him. I'm going to look into that because I knew there was a show. I just never had seen it.
Yeah, so Flight of the Navigator is a sort of movie about, there's a time travel element to it, but it involves a autonomous ship that crashes on Earth, and the navigation data that the ship has is essentially uploaded into a kid. Is a boy, probably 11 years old or so, 12 years old. So the ship like abducts the kid, accidentally crashes, and in order to save its navigational data, it uploads all the data into the kid's mind, and then the kid and the ship kind of get back together because, anyway. The element in the movie I remember really distinctly was the kid is chasing after his little sister and falls and like knocks himself out because he falls, and then when he wakes up, he crawls out of the little ravine, he goes back to his house, and his parents are like way older, right? His little brother, I think it was a little brother, not a little sister, his little brother is like a teenager. He wakes up himself at the same age, and he shows up at the front door, and everybody's aged like 15 years. So that's kind of the beginning of the movie. But I remember watching it years ago when it was on a Netflix had it for a little time, and the personality of the ship was Pee Wee Herman's voice. And I remember watching it. I remember watching it and going, "Oh my god, how did I ever like this? It's like nails on a chalkboard bad. It's so bad." But I loved it as a kid. Anyway, so that's that movie. Anyway, it's pretty decent. Daryl,
Tough to watch.
Yeah, the ship and the Pee Wee Herman voice. Oh man, it's so bad. But Daryl is a movie again, came out in the late 80s. It's one of these movies. Daryl, Daryl, like it's an acronym, but it's like it's literally like a computerized. It's not a robot. He's not a robot, but it's like it's a sci-fi where they basically use his brain, and he's essentially a computer, but biological, right? Kind of hard to describe. Yeah, I think this is going to have to be the same way. When E gets down to the bottom, let's see how much is left when we turn around here.
Is it basically a human body with an AI consciousness?
No,
Or
he's
is it a positronic brain kind of thing?
yeah, it's I want to say it's like a positronic, like almost like Data, right? Where he's a boy. He's an organic person, but something about his mind is like an experiment, and he's smuggled out of the lab because somebody actually has humanitarian feelings. I'm gonna fire this guy, fold him up. So he ends up landing with a family, and he's trying to learn how to be a normal person, and blah 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 blah. It's one of these like sappy, like finding a family, almost like your stereotypical like orphan plot thread, like finding a family, fitting in, but the family obviously knows this kid is special because he is like crazy smart. But anyway, the end of the movie is the kid like flying an SR-71. Like he literally like steals he steals the SR-71 from a military base, and he just knows how to fly it, and he just but yeah, it was pretty good. I haven't seen that one on a streaming service though. So yeah, some of these old movies from my like nostalgia from when I was growing up, it's so funny watching them as an adult, like going, oh my god, like this is so bad. Some of them are bad.
Yeah.
The Explorers is still phenomenal. Like really, really good.
So now am I gonna have to line this up a little more? And I take it back. I may have actually saw Daryl because that sounded super familiar. Even the SR-71 part.
Yeah, it's so funny. He steals a spy plane. Like, like really? He's gonna steal a spy plane? But yeah,
Perfectly lined up. I've always loved the SR-71.
yeah, beautiful
Such a-
plane.
Yeah,
Beautiful plane.
I think it's finally getting retired.
Oh yeah,
And-
it's been retired for a while.
No, it was still in use for up until real recently, like a few years ago. I heard that they said they were finally going to retire it.
Oh, I thought the U2
because
took it over.
I think it had special uses that they couldn't replace. I think in part it's that it's less detectable by certain types of radar. So
Well, it flies at like 70,000 feet. I mean, it flies. The
Yeah.
altitude of it is so high. And that was one of the reasons why they had it, because it was out of range of most surface-to-air missiles. which is why why they needed it. But we have satellites. I mean, it's like we don't really need it. We have keyhole satellites that can read the date off a dime sitting on a sidewalk. Like, it's not really needed right now.
Okay, yeah. According to what I just looked up, was retired in '99.
Yeah, I knew it's been retired for a while.
Huh. I thought I read that there was still special circumstances, but then again, maybe even if it is retired, maybe they still had some uses for.
Well, I mean, it's the Air Force, and it's. I would imagine they're not exactly forthcoming with all of the little nuances and.
Oh yeah.
Like,
It's like the
need to repair this. Let's see what the repair bill is.
the stealth bomber. I don't know if they've stopped bothering, but all the released artwork and even some of the images and anything that you see in a museum or something of the stealth bomber, they were wrong. The wingspans were different.
I'm sure.
The way the panels are
Well,
shaped.
their very first B2 is now out of date. Now there's a B21. So
yeah,
they've updated the whole thing, and now it's the old B2 is out of date. All the details and information.
Speaking of secret info getting released, have you heard about the drama with War Thunder?
That's the game that Coffee plays all the time, right?
Yes, I think so. Every now and then you see a tweet from someone saying top secret info released again to win a debate in over War Thunder.
What do you mean?
And I've seen at least two posts that of that, somebody releasing it again, which means that there's at least a third one.
Well, I'm not following the thread. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, people have debates about the tanks or the planes or ships, because I think that one you can do any of them. So people will have debates, and sometimes somebody who actually works for the military will be like, well, yeah, well, here, I know exactly this is its specs, or releases plans or something like that. And it's just like, whoa, dude.
Well, did you see that the White House doxed a special forces unit? There's a picture of the special forces unit getting like a medal, and they show the faces of these guys, right? And this was the unit sent to Israel, special forces unit, and it was like they just posted the faces of all these guys, like crazy breach in security, crazy, because these guys are usually not publicly known individuals, right? They have usually very classified missions, and nobody really knows. Nobody really knows their identity, because it's like, they could have undercover, they could have sting operations, really high level classified ops, and then here's the White House posting a picture of all their faces. Like, really? Yeah. Just, I mean, it's huge blunder.
It's bad enough that they we killed Osama bin Laden. Here, it was SEAL Team 6 who did it. That was a death sentence for anybody in that team.
Well, one of the things I read in the Goggins book, because he is a Navy SEAL. He was a Navy SEAL for 20 years. He was not on the team that did that, but he knew the guys that were on the team that did that. And he said that the fact that one of the guys wrote a book, it violated everything about being a SEAL. The being a SEAL to him and all of the stuff they're taught, being a SEAL is you're basically saving the world and not getting any credit for it, right? The missions they have, nobody knows about them, right? They're not public information, so you have to be okay as a SEAL with saving the world and not getting any credit, not anybody knowing what you actually did. And so the fact that one of those guys wrote a book about taking down bin Laden violated everything about being a SEAL, and nobody was happy about that. Especially the Navy. The Navy was not happy.
I hear something about that. Wasn't, I mean, it's not like he was forced to do it, but wasn't it somebody else that wanted him to write that book?
Well, but I'm sure the money on the table was enormous, because that was, I mean, think about the biggest story in the last 20 years. I mean, that mission, everything around that mission, how secretive it was. I mean, there are tons and tons of stuff around it. So the first person to come out and be able to talk about it outright, they're going to make a major payday, but that's not why people are Navy SEALs. They're not doing it for the fame. And so for that guy to do that it was kind of bad form. But I'm sure he got millions of dollars.
I meant political motivations.
I mean, there's a certain amount. I would assume there's political clout. Other countries, knowing some of the details about our intelligence networks and stuff. I'm sure it pissed off a few countries. Pakistan was not happy, but we don't care about that. You harbor people like that, and what is it? FAFO, I think, is the acronym. And it is what it is.
All right, I got one of the workers hired.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to. The two middle ones are going to be a lot harder. We're not going to really be able to do those until we get the lime done. I might buy 2 more of these fertilizer spreaders.
Don't we have like 6 of them?
We had 4. There's only you can use 4 on a single field, and the fact that we have 2 fields is what.
Yeah, we got 6 fertilizer spreaders. Or do you mean lime spreaders?
Well, the things that we're using on lime, they're technically fertilizer spreaders.
Ah, okay.
Those are fertilizer spreaders. It's lime is apparently a fertilizer. I don't know. But yeah, I can buy it. Let me wait until I turn the corner here, because I know we have enough lime to fill 2 more of these. There's at least 2 million lime in there.
Shoot.
Then we can get 2 in the middle on this field. 2 over here. They've only got 1 left. That'll go pretty fast. It's less than 10 runs to finish 1 square. Hire, purchase. Fertilizer spreaders. Oh, wow. Serious lag just opening those fertilizer spreaders.
Huh.
Okay, grab that. You get 1,000,000. That. Oh, no, no. Let's buy. And then grab a tractor.
There's a couple of parked ones now. Ah. Okay. I always get my directions reversed.
You just happen to go right in between the two. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I bumped it back into place. Yeah, it's when I'm reversing. If I look the direction where I'm where the tractor is facing, I can usually get it, but then of course you can't see behind you, so how much should I bother putting in there?
You can fill her up.
Okay.
Should be plenty in there.
But if I were to look over my shoulder in the game, I would probably be able to keep the directions correct. It's just when I, pan the camera around so that I'm looking backwards, it doesn't simulate that over the shoulder feel. If that made any sense whatsoever. Okay. I love how fast these tractors get going.
Yeah, I'm glad I grabbed these things.
It should be close enough.
Make sure your widths are good.
Yep. Oof, wow, that really slowed down. Okay. Yeah, the sniffles.
Oh, now I've gone and caught a sniffle. All right. Gotta wait for this guy to get to the other end of the field before we know which direction to go. I'm hoping. This might be a concern. Maybe. Gotta see what the width is when we turn around here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I think we may be good to go, but not 100% sure. Excellent. You're going in the right direction. It's the only thing I was worried about there. All right.
Boy, the limers keep going, or the sorry, the ones in the middle keep going left.
Well, I mean, consistency is good.
Yep, it's just shocking. All right, I can get the first of the rock pickers here going too. I'll let the
7, 8.
I'll let that first one get a little further though.
Yeah, the rock pickers go about, I don't know, it's not twice as fast. 37 versus 25. So the rock pickers do go faster than the limers. The limers, however, do over twice the width of a rock picker. So
Yeah,
they shouldn't, the rock pickers shouldn't technically catch up to the limers, but yeah, it is. Just got to keep
better
an eye
safe
on
than
them.
sorry. But I just realized I gotta go take a bio break quick. I'll be
Alrighty.
back soonish. I'm out of the vehicle though, so if you need to load into it, it's all good.
Oops. Go this way. I'm going to fill these all up because I am tired of having to load in seed in all these. There's the cotton trailers. Oh, where is the... Come on, stop snaking around, you stupid thing. What the hell? Okay. How much is left? Not 100% sure if that's... It seems to be, it's going to be nearly a full width to finish it off. I'll let this F come down. And when these two pass each other, that'll tell me if I can just fire this guy at the top. I'm not harvesting the rocks off of this field because they're yellow.
Ew, yellow rocks? Is that like yellow snow?
No.
Okay.
Yellow snow is yummy. Yellow
Yucky.
rocks are crunchy. Let's see. Check up on chat. What is the most workers at once? 10. 10 is the most you can hire at once. So yeah. And Skunika. If you need more workers, you need to check the mod helper administration. Helper administration. It will double the workers to 20. Yeah, 10 workers already kind of pushes the limit. So 20 workers, I don't think the game. I mean, there's a reason the developers limited it to to 10 workers. The game really struggles to support more than that. So I don't know if I would want more workers. And I don't know how courseplay affects that. Like if I have 5 workers in courseplay, does that count towards the maximum workers? I don't know.
Good question.
All right, these guys are done. Used almost 500,000 liters of lime. I'm sure these were both full when I started them. So yeah, it's 420,000 liters that I used. So if that one is going to be the same, that means I used almost 1 million liters on this field, which is kind of insane.
Should I get another rock picker set up?
Yeah, if you want the other rock picker on that other field, it has to be manual. You can't automate it.
Yeah.
Unless you go into it, I'll have a tractor for you here in a second. Unless you hire it and they just happen to go the right direction.
Yeah.
All right. You don't have to put that.
Weird.
You don't have to put that in exactly the same spot, but iron ore and lime, yeah. I just pulled 500,000 lime out of this, and it's already almost full again. But we had so many stones in there that.
Yeah.
Mr. Worker, you're done in the middle of the field here. So this one used. Oh, I guess this one didn't use nearly as much as that first one, obviously. 638,000. So this used 360,000. Which still isn't bad.
This one. No, that rock picker went to the right, so. Oh, I'm gonna have to get on the other side of it.
Fill her up. Good enough. Excellent.
Boy, I hope Renegade is okay.
Yeah, I would have thought we would have heard from him by now, but
Yeah.
I don't know when the park that he works at closes up for the season, but I would think that it would be by now. They're probably in cleanup mode.
I think typically he's not quote unquote free until November.
Right, they still do,
Sometime.
but they do reduced hours once the park
Yeah.
gets into cleaning mode and maintenance mode for the end of the season, unless they have a corporate. So I think a couple years ago they had like a corporate picnic that came by and.
So I don't know. Maybe he's spending time with his family.
No,
As
I
weird
can't.
as that would sound.
No way would he do something like that.
But yeah, usually we hear a little something by now. So yeah, I'm assuming he's still going to be a no-show. How much longer do you think you want to keep running farming sim?
Um, Good question. Um, I For this particular map, I was hoping to have that other field plowed. I wanted to get that last field ready to go.
Yeah.
I wanted to get the whole map basically
Did oh
as a
two
mega farm.
tractors collided. I wasn't paying attention to him because I'm running this other one. It looks like they got everything limed though. They must have, as they were spinning, finished it off or something. And yeah, sorry, I probably keep bugging you about what next, but in part it's just lulling conversation, and the other part is just my brain doesn't.
Well, and I'm afraid of going to a game that you're going to be unable to play because nobody else is showing up for the
Yeah.
streams, and playing by myself is I could, but I might as well stream a single player game if that was the case. Ooh, the
Well,
liming
if it's
is.
like desynced, worried about that one being too complex, I'm sure that one will be fine.
But yeah, that's another $30 off the top. It just is what it is at this point. Yeah, for me, we might use desynced as a bridge, or ease into it.
Yeah.
I would hate to go for a new game because that would require other people to have the game, and
Right.
again, I try not to do that. So yeah, I've been seriously considering Space Engineers 2, or Space Engineers.
Yeah.
Um,
Because they're working on the two.
and in part because they're I mean, 2 is years away. Years away. But yeah, the latest tech demo that the guy did, he's the guy in charge of the engine that they're upgrading. They actually have water simulation. So they had a clip of a ship blow a hole in a dam, and it flooded the valley. When the dam broke, it flooded the valley with water.
Huh.
You know, and most people that are responding to the sort of the tech demo is like, A, nobody asked for this. B, what is it going to be the performance? Because the number one complaint about space engineers is performance, late game performance. When you have a bunch of ships and you have a bunch of, you know, complex grids, the game really suffers.
Yeah.
We've run into it every time we've played, like the stuttering, the rubber banding, which is one of the reasons why we don't really play it at all. Because, so yeah, they're upgrading the engine, but at what point? At what point is the talk going to be about performance? Because they are changing the data model to allow for multi-threading and stuff. So, the old engine was really outdated. So the hope is an improvement. But time will tell.
Because yeah, I can imagine a water simulation. For one, the like space engineer purists, you know, they liked the original versions where there was no planets, there was just asteroids out in space.
Right.
At least
I like space way more. It's so much easier to navigate, so much easier to fly, so much easier to build stuff because you're not dealing with gravity. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things I like about space-based starts. Planets are really annoying. Both to build, because you need really beefy engines to be able to hover and build and weld and have welding ships, and it's been very, very hard to get that automated and do a decent job.
But I don't know how much you know about it, but Stationeers, early versions of Stationeers did have some water simulations, and then they actually added the visual component. So, you know, at first, water was there, you just couldn't see it. But then you could see it, and then they revoked all versions of it and removed it. Now I haven't heard recently, but who knows? Now that they actually have, you know, water as being a liquid, being as they have liquid pipes, they might readdress it. But I doubt it. I think they pretty much just abandoned the idea completely because performance. You know, they have atmospheres, which is, you know, a performance nightmare. Or
Oh
well, not
man,
not a nightmare,
you have
but potential
volumetric.
nightmare. Yeah. And
Anytime you need to simulate a volume, you're exponentially increasing how what the weight of simulation is. Like,
right. And they just recently revamped the way that works because the old models, I think I even told you kind of how it worked, where it does quick exchanges of temperatures and sometimes the gases. So like if you have a rupture in your building, you'll get some gas seeping in, and they changed that in part because of large airlocks. You know, they wanted um, being as they now have trade ships that need a pressurized atmosphere. Well, that's a big volume to get rid of all the
Mm-hmm.
air, to make it a vacuum. And they were struggling a lot because, sure, you can get it away from the walls, but what about the center? Since it's a three-dimensional object, you can't put um, gas pumps in the or active vents in the center of the room, the exact center. You gotta line them on the walls. But anyway, reason I'm bringing that up is they changed it so that rather than doing so much fast exchanges, if you have like a pressure or a rupture in your base, it blows all that stuff out first, so you don't get, like on Venus, hydrogen seeping into your base very quickly.
Ooh.
Um, but then also the temperature remains pretty much the same until it's near equal, and then things change, of course. But yeah, the main reason was that the active vents were struggling trying to create a vacuum in a large, like a hangar. Trying to think of the words to describe it, but yeah, they worked something out, and it works far better now. Probably a little more intensive, but they had a few options. One was, pretty processor intensive. Another one was, worked well, but your character, if you're in the room, would get thrown around like a rag doll.
Yikes.
Yup. It was kind of funny because they had an actual, I assume it was a corpse. I don't think it was an actual player character. And they showed it in the room, and it you see it fly from one end of the room back to the other. Oh, but where I was actually going with that is, just imagine if you not only had to calculate all those volumes, but then calculating the water, and then of course calculating water and air, because water settles, assuming you're in gravity.
And the
Actually,
fact
too.
that, depending on how accurate you want to make it, and space, Stationeers there is some accuracy to it, but water boils at different temperatures depending on the barometric pressure,
Yep.
right? So if you lose pressure in your base and you have a water volume, it could easily boil away instantly.
Yep.
So, that in and of itself is a nightmare, because now you got atmosphere interacting with water, and if it's boiling away, then you're increasing the pressure because you're adding a bunch of water vapor. Yeah, it can get nasty.
Yeah, it is crazy the level of detail they added to that. One thing that I kind of hoped that they were going to do was more like oxygen not included, where um there's more incentive to do those state changes, because oxygen not included. I think I've talked to you about this briefly, but I'm not sure how much. You've got petroleum, or sorry, you got crude oil, then you have petroleum, and then you have um what do they call it? Do they call it methane?
Natural gas.
Yeah, natural gas. Thank you.
That's what methane is natural gas.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure which term they used. Um, but yeah, early game you can change the crude oil to petroleum at a 2-to-1 ratio, two crude to one petroleum. But if you make use of in-world temperatures, I think you have to bring it to like 300 degrees, or is it 500? And we're talking Celsius.
Ooh.
It changes from crude oil to petroleum at a 1-to-1 ratio. So you're highly incentivized once you get to a certain point in the game to create those just insane temperatures so you can get cheaper petroleum.
Wow.
Yep. And it's 500 now that I think about it, because if it was 300, it'd be relatively easy. But yeah, the materials you can make the specifically, I think it's the aqua tuner.
Is I don't know if I've asked this before. Have they added an end game, like a goal, an end game goal yet, or
Yeah,
is
actually,
it just like how long can you survive? Like
that's existed since 1.0, in fact. And there's actually two endings to the game. One is the space race version, which there's a minor spoiler, temporal anomaly or temporal tear that you have to send a rocket into, and then that's the end game. The other end game is we give up and we stay home, basically. I think it's actually called Home Sweet Home, and that's to have 20 duplicants. I think there's another requirement, and then the last requirement is to build a big statue. Which sounds weird, but gotta have something.
yeah,
And statue is,
final product or final project to.
yeah. Sounds weird in that game, but I mean, there's other games that did it. The
Oh sure.
Pharaoh was a good one. Foundry had the build a statue goal. I think that's no longer their end game, or maybe they just pushed it further ahead. And since it's still in development, we don't know where it's going. I think there's a new ending, and on each of those, they're not true ends, of course, because you can just say keep playing.
Right.
So you can actually do more than one of the goals.
And I know you can customize the game and stuff because I've seen YouTubers say that try to challenge themselves, so they actually start the world with 100 dupes. They start the world, so you have to ramp up. You have to ramp up really fast, like food and everything, because you're going to run out of food really, really fast. So nothing else changes except you start with like 100 dupes, and it's like, holy cow, that's a lot to manage.
Yeah. And not to mention, if you're starting with that many, that's they'll all be less skilled. They won't.
They won't level up as fast.
Yeah. And handling 100 dupes, that'd be a challenge in itself. But you could mitigate that because you'd have a few of your core group that's been around a long time, and they'd build really quick, and they'd move like 20 times faster. It's insane. I think each level of the athletic skill increases their run speed by 10%, and the max is 20 levels, but it's also a soft max because you can use equipment, or if they start with a skill, if they start with, I think it's Twinkle Toes, they get a 3 bonus to it, and that goes above the 20 limit.
Nice. And I know that there's a great thing with that game that makes me appreciate the game and the developers is the game itself. they have the Harmony library ship with the game. The Harmony DLL file actually comes with the game. So when you see that, when you see the Harmony library come with the game, you know that the developers are embracing modding, because that is modding. The Harmony library, especially with a Unity game. When you see that Harmony library, it's like, oh, really easy to mod something at that point.
Yeah.
I
think there's just going to be a tiny sliver of rocks left on this column. Oh, I see yours is going to be about the same.
Yeah. It's...
Oh, by the way, it wasn't really posed as a question, but I looked it up because you might be curious. Wildman already has desynced. And I've got it too. I think I mentioned that in the past. And as far as it goes, I think we three and maybe Death would be some of the few that would be interested in desynced. So that cost is mitigated. All right, I'm gonna. Oh, yeah, that one's gonna be done before I get to the end. So I'm gonna stop where I am so I can hop into F. Stop him when he gets to the end. But at the same time, it would be nice if we could delay playing desynced or something for the inevitable fall sale that's coming up. But the problem is we don't know when that will be.
Yeah, they just got done with a sale, so the next sale probably won't be until either Black Friday or Christmas.
Yeah, it'll probably be in that Black Friday zone.
Yeah, the timing thing is I'm not really worried about. 271,000 liters of rock. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, the... I'm not sure if I want to go into desynced blind, just having no experience with it and just see how intuitive it is, or play it first.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet either.
Kind of learn as we go and hope for the best.
Yeah, maybe. Or hope for the worst because it'll be more entertaining. Joking, of course.
Well, it also, I mean, for me, one of the reasons why I do that kind of stuff, especially in a stream, is viewer engagement. You know, if you have chat yelling at you like, do this, do that, or this is how you do it, or you being able to ask, like, how do you do this thing? How do you do that thing? You know, basically, you know, help us out, you know, tell us what we need to do.
It's
right.
true, yeah.
It's going to be a coin flip whether this guy goes the right direction or not. What are the odds?
Are we going to bother with rock picking that big other field?
No, the other field's already getting planted.
Okay.
No. Fingers crossed. Aha! Look at that. He's going to the left. Good. All right, so I can hop out of this guy. So you can hop into that, let him get to the end.
Alternatively, I've been feeling the Factorio itch
Hmm.
again.
There's an ointment
All
for
the
that.
Friday facts have been.
Oh, I know. I've been holding off a little bit.
Yeah.
The space exploration mod still scares me as far as just how much there is to do in that mod and how crazy some of the recipes and stuff are. I don't want to necessarily go down that rabbit hole, especially going blind without anybody like knowing what's coming, being able to mitigate all of that.
Well, I did a good rundown on it. So as long as myself or Death are around, you should be fairly well covered.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it would be nice to be able to just spit out a quick mod that mods the underground belts, the underground pipe, you know, that kind of stuff, because, you know, the being able to change that right away, because I know 100% I know I'm going to want to.
Oh yeah, you are.
So it's like it's a given it's going to happen. So it would be nice to be able to do it right away, but it just takes some time of like relearning like how modding works with that game.
If I remember correctly, there is already mods that allow you to change those values.
Right, but are they compatible with SE?
Yes, specifically they were specifically made for.
Go ahead and
SE.
fire that guy. There you go.
Yep. My brain was trying to think of which button I needed to push. But yeah, that's something I can look into if you want.
Oh my god, you stupid keyboard. I did not hit Q, for God's sakes.
Oh no.
God damn it.
And that's the worst one to hit Q on.
H. There we go.
Oh, it backed up nicely though. Good, good. Pretty much my main concern with space exploration would be file size.
Install size, you mean? Like,
No, map file. Sorry. I'm trying to line something up so my...
oh, yeah, I don't even remember how big the maps are. Space exploration, I think they get into the 400 or 500 megs, depending on how many places you visit.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much disabling biters will affect that.
Probably not much.
Well, depends. Some of those planets had biters that are pretty thick, and you know those are data points in a table somewhere. All the biters.
I think the storage of those is pretty efficient, though.
Well, the compression of them is, but
yeah,
you still have to broadcast it every time you load the world.
Yeah. All right. Is there another? Should we get more? Oh, I suppose that's probably all our planters, ain't it?
Yeah, right now it is. I mean, you could grab the smaller one and do the middle if you wanted to.
Okay.
And this field is going to cotton. You know it is. Woo!
Oh, we're doing another cotton. Oh
Yeah.
man, I was joking.
I
But
mean,
yeah, you built the trailer.
darn right I did.
Customized.
The one on the north in the middle, that's going to oats. So
First thing I'm gonna do is switch it to cotton. Yeah, this should be enough. Seed and fertilizer, because this one's not gonna do near as much work as the larger ones.
right. Yeah, as soon as the other field is done, we can bring those down and have them on this field. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I filled the seed on both of these. So both of these are... That reminds me, I need to come down here and refill.
I think I'm gonna offset this a little bit, since it's an odd number, so that it tries to do like more of the middle here, and I'll run the first pass down manually so that I can be sure it goes to the left. Oh, that's a little too close. I think I'm gonna go over a little bit more. There we go. Lower. See, was there anything else you think I should look into for space exploration? Or pretty much just the...
Well, I would have to look into... And some mods, it's really hard to look into the recipes. But
yeah,
I would basically almost go through and blanket almost all the recipes and just write a Lewis script where it just iterates through all the recipes and just doubles the output. Like something like that. Like, I do not want to wait around for shit to craft for hours, because there are certain crafts in that game it is really hard to automate. But doing it across the board is a little extreme. But I usually don't get a feel for that until I actually play it, and then I can figure it out. But yeah, and
what I'd actually recommend. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'd recommend instead just doubling production values. You know, create a more tiers of the manufacturers and stuff like that, rather than trying to double the output. Because then if
more tiers of the actual buildings that craft,
yeah,
that's 10 times the work than just editing the recipe. It's a lot of work.
Reason being is because there's some that are weird. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I didn't set the width right. Where if you like double the output, then you also have to worry about the byproduct.
Yeah, well, like I said, I would have to look at the only way to do that would be to actually look at it and play it and know how to edit recipes. Because I'd like to keep the pacing going as much as possible during a stream. And if we build a bunch of stuff and then we just sit and have to wait for stuff, that is not really something I want to do.
Yeah. I should have a pretty good feel for that, so I can kind of comment on, "Oh, we should work towards such and such to make sure that we, have enough for when we launch our first rocket," for example. And actually, by the time some points, um, I'll let you know kind of ahead of time when we're gonna hit them, assuming I remember them correctly. Um, we're gonna want to just call the stream for the day, and then throughout the week till the next stream, myself and maybe Death will um, work on it offline to make sure we build up to the point where we're gonna be able to hit the next stream hard with all the resources we're gonna need.
yeah. And I know that's a possibility, but I want to minimize that as much as possible because
Yeah,
people are not always available, right?
yeah,
So, case in point, when I started making mods for this, I had several people say, "Oh, yeah, I'm available for testing if you need somebody to test." And then, they're not available because something comes up and, life happens. So I don't want to rely on that as a solution because it's like sometimes life happens. If you have a bout of a bad week, bad day, like I don't want to rely too much on that because it is pressure and somebody's like, yeah,
it's true.
I'll do that, and then it doesn't get done, and then the next stream comes by and I'm like, why wasn't this done? I can't be mad. I can't be like, why wasn't this done, damn it, you're fired. And it's like, well, yeah, that doesn't work quite right. So it is what it is. I am not too concerned. We'll get it done. And if I have to mod some shenanigans, then we will. But
Yeah, you mentioned the underground belt limits. Yes, you will not like the vanilla values for some of them because like
oh,
the
they're horrible.
um yeah. Well, space exploration, especially the space ones, space belt and space pipe, because they're separate.
Hmm.
You
Oh, I
can't
know.
use just regular ones. Yeah. Um, the default is the same as the basic underground
5.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the pipes, the underground pipes, those are about the same as the belts.
Hmm. Oh, I know. They're bad,
Oof.
and they're just bad for automate. Or they're just it's tedious to have an underground thing that doesn't go very far because it's like if you're going to
Yeah.
underground something, you're going to go as far as you need it to go. You're not going to be like, oh, let's pop this up and we're going to do it down again and pop it up and go down again. It's like no. Imagine that for all the underground pipes in town, man. Imagine like the gas pipes, like every block there's like this thing going up and like gas and water and sewer, and it's just like it's like no, you underground it for as far as you need it to be, and
Yeah.
from there we can decide. But that's just one example of things to change. Yeah, other things are some of the crafts. There are some other things that are limited on space platforms. I know that beacons and modules is one that's really like strict. And beacons themselves, the game he changes it so only one beacon can be applied to a factory.
Yeah.
I don't know how deep that rabbit hole would go. I don't know how easy that would be to mod out, but that's another thing. Like, maybe that would be interesting, dynamic things. But
I didn't find that to be too big a deal because all the recipes are set around it. You know what I mean?
Right, they're balanced around that limitation, and
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine if it feels right. You know, if it doesn't feel like it's grindy, it's the grindiness that I hate. Um, you know,
I
when
think
we
there's a lot of grind.
when we set it up, we would have. I mean, just like the astrometrics, we had like 30 machines, 30 telescopes for each type of thing that we had to get, and it was like, this is insane. The amount of production that we need for this is crazy. So it's things like that that I would rebalance around instead of needing, because I would rebalance everything around how many per minute, right? That's usually my go-to, is to see what the base recipe is and then rebalance it around something else per minute, and then all of the recipes get balanced around. So the scaling factor is usually very similar, but it's ramping up the recipe production of so many per minute to limit the number of actual buildings you need. Because remember, in a multiplayer game, if you've got a bunch of people loading on this and you have an enormously large factory, it just adds cost to the performance. So I want to limit the actual need for a giant factory in order to save processing and be able to have more and more people, or have more people, you know, performance wise, deal with it a little bit better.
I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but I suppose that would be probably a better route rather than change all the assembling machines and stuff like that. Is just to change the values on the speed modules, make them 10 or 100 times faster.
Yeah, unfortunately, you could do that. One of the things I wouldn't do though is also scale the power draw, because usually speed modules also speed up or also exponentially increase power usage, and I wouldn't want that. Like, and I would probably include the mod that I usually have, the Uber solar panels. I would have that mod as a basic fallback, as a fail safe, as you will.
Power probably won't be too much an issue because it does have 3 or 4 tiers of solar panels already.
Right, plus, but I'm also thinking of the planet side and the main base and all of that as well. I know that solar panels in space are usually better. I don't know about the cost, but that Uber solar panel mod, you know, that one for me I like just because they're cheap. You know, I made it so OP, but once you get the system up and running, you know, you don't have to worry about it again. You know, one solar panel will power your entire base, and solar panels are the best for UPS, for update. Solar panels are the best. So out of all of the power options, solar panels will save you the most UPS.
One thing that will probably save file size is that this version relies, or you know, compared to the last time we played it, I think it relies a lot more heavily on the core drills, if you remember those.
Those big guys.
Yep. One problem is that they have to be built in certain locations, but who knows, maybe there's a way to subvert that. That way we don't have to explore all the way out to, the location, because you can see them on radar. I think you need to have the satellite launch to be able to see where they are, but that's pretty trivial. But yeah, that's kind of like the key to progression in some of it is that I think small planets are richer, but they have less of those nodes, and for every one of them you build, it reduces like the overall, or not the overall production, the per unit production. So you're still better off, but it's diminishing returns. So like the reason that that's relevant is that a large planet will have a whole bunch of those points, whereas a small planet won't. So eventually, once you get things running, the big planet's going to produce way more, but it had a
Okay,
pretty
I'm
significant
gonna
loss.
interject something. When you get to the
Sure.
top of that row,
Yeah.
go to the other side of the area.
Oh, okay.
I've got a big guy now.
Ah,
Um, and that side is the wider.
sounds good.
So yeah, if you just skip to the other side.
But a lot of the ingredients, I'm trying to remember what they are.
Yeah, it's been a while. I
Um,
think it was this time last year you were playing it.
that's when I started playing. I stopped playing it, I think, in May or June. That's like one of the longest times that I've been playing Factorio since like Alpha 13 or something, or no, 14. There we go. And I didn't turn it on. Okay, I did lower it though. Okay, we're good. But yeah, it's a lot of the byproducts that come out of those that are not necessarily unique. It's just
Yeah, and making sure that we have a void chest that is buildable on space platforms, and making sure like there's a lot of
yeah,
like subtle nuances of things when I stream big things like that are like it just takes hours and hours. I mean, look at all the little mods and stuff that I've done for Farming Sim. Like it is,
yeah,
1 to 200 hours of just me like getting everything so it all works together and everything is good, and it's just like it takes time for all of that to come together. And the same is true if we did Space Engineers. The same is true there. I would have a bunch of mods. I would have to go through some of the top mods. I would have to go through and see, what is available, what's out there, what works, what doesn't. I mean, it's hours and hours and hours of going through all of the mods and all of the config settings and all of that, all of the world, creating a custom world if I want to do that, or customizing another world with the editor. Stuff like that is like, it just takes time. Um, and that's
yeah.
fine. I don't mind doing it, but um, it just it's just a little sad when I do all that and we have nobody watching.
Yeah.
It's just like hundreds of hours of work and nobody comes around and watches. And it's like, okay, well, I see how it is. All right, I don't think I need this planter over there. You're doing a great job.
Yep, keeping an eye on them. Yeah, unfortunately, it's still beyond me why, but you're not as popular as you should be.
Yeah. It's I just haven't done any co-op. You know, no other channels have reached out and said, "Hey, do you want to do a co-op?" You know, because channels tend to only work with channels of equal or greater size, right?
Yeah.
So if I were to reach out to a channel with 200,000 subs and it said, "Hey, you want to do a co-op?" They'd be like, "Co-op with you have 6,000 subs, like co-op? What are you talking about?" I have 200,000. Like, it's, you know, the benefit, it benefits me way more than them, and so why would they do it, right? Just like if somebody approached me with 200 subs, right? If somebody messaged me and said, "Hey, want to do a co-op," and I looked and their channel had 200 subs, I'd be like, why would I do that, right? That's a lot of hours for people who may already know about my channel. 200 subs, like, that's not a lot. So, you know, when you get ensembles that, you know, with a whole lot of people, then, you know, that benefits everybody because everybody gets introduced to everybody's other audience. But for me, it would be really hard to get a channel like Arumba, or Stejo, or the Raptor guy, or anybody else. It would be very, very hard to convince them. Let's do a co-op, you know, and that brings your channel to a different level. Because the more eyeballs you can get on your content, the better. If you're not resorting to clickbait, you're not resorting to nefarious means of growing your channel, then you're kind of limited, like really limited. And I've thus far not sold my soul, and, you know, I'm quite sure there are some channels out there that have basically paid some Chinese bot to go to their channel and like a video, you know, 500 times in a matter of, you know, you can get bots that basically will go to a URL, watch, quote unquote, watch the video, and then hit the like button. Well, if you post a video and in the first 2 hours that happens, you have 500 bots that are all watching the video immediately and then all hitting that like button within a very short amount of time. YouTube picks that up as, ooh, this is really good content. This is getting a lot of customer engagement because a lot of people are watching it right away and all of them are hitting the like button. That's going to immediately bump God, I forgot to open the back of it. That's going to immediately bump you up in the algorithm. So, yeah, it's going to be then given in the recommended list to a lot more users. 3,500.
Does make you wonder how many people went, you know, those nefarious routes. There's tons that go the, you know, red arrow route, which,
yeah, the clickbait is real. And then you have shorts, right? Shorts, everybody hates shorts. Everybody. There's not a main YouTuber out there that likes shorts. But shorts are right now pushing, you know, YouTube is pushing these things like crazy. You don't get a lot of money. For one, you don't get really anything from shorts because they're short. And two, it doesn't turn into subscribers. A short is just something you can scroll past, right? You just get this infinite feed of shorts when you watch them. It's almost like I don't even know how you would describe it, like a almost like a drug addict getting a fix. Like you're just constantly scrolling these things. So nobody actually likes producing these. Nobody actually likes the fact that they exist. But YouTube has been pushing and pushing and pushing for so long. You know, it's you know, you can post a short and have it seen. I've seen small channels with like 10,000 subs post a short that gets 2 million views. You know, but does that turn into subs? It turns into a tiny fraction. Tiny fraction of new subscribers. Which is better than nothing, but it you know, 2 million subs or 2 million views, you may get 1,000 subs out of it. But
Do you think they're trying to compete with TikTok?
Oh, 100%. TikTok and Instagram. That's why they have shorts. Yep. 100%. That's why it exists.
Gonna get out of the way of the larger planter here, let him do his work, and then wow, like yeah, I hate the websites can't just be their own thing. They have to reinvent themselves to try and corner every market.
Yeah, you can't just be what you are. You have to somehow compete with everybody else. And it's like, YouTube is not TikTok. It should not even try to do that.
Yeah.
But they see that as, ooh, this is an opportunity for more ad revenue. Because if you're spitting past shorts that are a minute long, you can get exposed to a whole lot more ads in a very short amount of time. So, you know, it is what it is. Go ahead and stick around with that smaller thing. You might have to run down the field once D comes back up the field. You might need to run down with the smaller one.
All right.
I'll go ahead and take care of F here when he is done.
Is there much advantage to that? Because I think the seeds, it doesn't use extra seeds, and if it uses extra fertilizer, it's pretty minimal.
No, it's just a lot easier to drive what you're driving than it is driving these things around.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. My old UPS, I still have that connected, and its battery is going bad.
Ooh, yeah, I had to replace mine 2 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, I woke up one morning and beep, it was just like battery dead. Lasted, I want to say it lasted about, God, how long did it last? I want to say like 6 years, 5 or 6 years. Maybe longer than that, because I had it before I moved, so it was one of the first things that I tried when my computer started doing the lockup thing all the time. I thought it might be related to power. And
a good thought, but
So yeah, I got the UPS, which wasn't cheap. Family helped buy that, and then didn't fix the issue. So yeah, but I've been using it ever since, and it's saved my bacon a few times. I mean, just a month or two ago, I was in the middle of streaming and the power died, and I have my computer, one monitor, and my modem, my internet modem, my internet router plugged into it. So I didn't lose internet, and my computer didn't blink off. So I was still streaming, however, and
I don't know if this will work. I'll give it a shot, but it's
is it too wide?
just a little bit. Let me try getting in about the center and see if it picks up.
Okay, well, I can.
Yeah, gonna have to use that one.
Okay. I thought it would be enough, but apparently, this is too small. All right. This guy.
Put this sucker away. What were we talking about before all that?
I
know we were talking some about Factorio, but I think that was pretty close to the end of the thread.
We were talking about YouTube and the shenanigans of YouTube. Oh,
that's right.
Yeah.
Park this one on the left so we're not crowding those combines too much. Oh, that was one thing I was wondering. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that so many people fall for the whole red arrow thing.
Oh, it's crazy. Like, people hate clickbait. They hate it. And yet it works every time.
Yeah.
And there are entire channels that are predicated off of clickbait, where the content of the video is complete garbage. It's literally generated by AI. There are channels. There's one called Future Unity, completely generated by AI. The content, the thumbnails, everything. It's such a worthless channel that I even blocked them from being in my feed, because the videos are titled very tantalizing to somebody who likes sci-fi, to somebody who likes that kind of stuff. It's like every video is like, ooh, this looks really good, and yet the video is complete garbage. It's just literally generated script, generated clips that don't mean anything. Like, it is complete and utter garbage. And yet YouTube these videos, the videos on that channel get thousands upon thousands upon thousands of views because of that, because it works. And people are largely unaware that it's literally generated. Somebody has linked up all the different AI tools, and they got a set of clips. If you watch any of their videos, you can just tell that it's complete garbage, because they use every video uses the same bank of generic B-roll clips, and the script is generic, and the video really isn't about the thing it's supposed to be about. Like, it's stupid. It's so stupid.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, do you remember I brought up Future Man?
The show, yeah.
Yeah. Um, I was searching. I think I was searching for that video clip, and I stumbled upon "Will season 4 happen?" or something like that, and it kind of blew me away because oh, sorry. Um, because the way the way season 3 ended, sure, you could continue with the story, but it would have been pretty pointless. I mean, they would have been beating a dead horse at that point.
Hmm.
Or they would have been beating a long dead and long beaten horse. Um, and so I was like, "Wow, huh, that's interesting." So I did a search later to see if, you know, is season 4 a possibility. I came up to a YouTube video that said, I can't remember the exact title, but you know, something to the effect of comments on season 4 or prospect of season 4 or something like that. And I'm watching the video and I could tell right away it's an AI voice, and that, yeah, that raised a red flag. And after about 30 seconds of listening to, oh, in this video we will talk about blah 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 blah, and just the way it was talking, I'm like, yeah, I think this is BS.
Oh
And
yeah.
I jumped forward in the video, and yeah, sure enough, they never actually answer anything. All of the language of the video is just to keep you watching.
Yeah, it's entirely generated. Somebody has figured out how to do that, how to generate this content, and it works. People are watching this shit, and I'm like, why are you watching this? This is utter garbage. Um, and YouTube is allowing it because they are, they're making money off the ads. What do they care, right?
Yeah. Whoa.
I mean, this seems safe, right?
Totally.
Slurry and milk in the same vehicle.
Hey, is this one of those uh peanut butter and chocolate kind of things? Two vehicles crashing together. Have you created a new flavor? Slurry milk?
Slurry milk. Well, it's like chocolate milk, only poisonous.
Ugh.
Exactly 1.5 million liters of slurry, which is kind of weird. Like exactly to the exactly 1.5 million liters.
Huh. Gotta slow my character down a little bit. I'm bringing more eggs to the donut place. See if I can line it up a little better. Unload's close enough, hopefully.
There we go. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to get to the damn cotton today because now we've got the sorghum field to harvest. Dun, 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 dun. Boy, this was a lot of slurry, everybody. Holy God, this was a lot of slurry. And we've got a metric ton of poo over there as well. So much of the poo.
Metric poo. Oh man, this is painful because it's still not unloading from the trailer. I have to manually spawn a bunch from the back. And then let me rearrange it. Maybe
Yeah,
I
you have to drive. Yeah, you can back that other trailer up if you need more space.
I'd have to back it up to here to get it to line up right.
As I know it does unload. I've done it before.
Huh? Because yeah,
The trick is to go to not drive into the back, to drive parallel to that wall. Right?
I was pretty much on point. I had the
the trigger to unload it is not it's not the entire thing. There's a small little thing that you have to. The trigger on the trailer has to enter the trigger on the ground in order for it to actually work.
Take it slow here because it's. Yeah, we're already to the point. Just about. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it was just barely. Because yeah, I had the back of the trailer right up next to the semi.
Yeah, it's not in the back. Right, that icon right now is almost in the middle. It's right above the A in Lizard.
What I meant was I started right here. So the trigger was just a tiny bit back.
Right, it's...
That silly other semi. It ruined everything. Sell the rest?
Yep.
Well, as long as I'm here, I'm going to top off the bakery, I guess.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
For some reason it's not selling the cereal, even though I have it set on selling. I don't know why.
Huh.
It sold all the fries. Yeah, it used all the taters, so we can load up another 5 million liters of potatoes into the farm factory.
Wow.
Clothes. Is it selling the clothes? No, it's storing the clothes. So we just sell the clothes as well. It is what it is. Oh, I know what I was going to use that for. Let me turn that off really quick. Sunflower oil. Storing. There we go. I was going to use the sunflower oil to make diesel. Which means this canola oil I have to set back to storing because I don't want the canola oil to be distributed into the thingy McDougal, into the fuel refiner. That would be not good. Because the diesel we can also sell.
Think I should unload the eggs again?
How many were left in there?
It actually it filled up, or it emptied out trying to fill the bakery.
No, how many eggs were left over there?
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to wait because they got all mucked up, so I'm manually rearranging.
Right, but there's
it.
also some inside the chicken coop. So if you look
I'll
at
have
the
to
chicken coop, yeah, it's full, 238,000. So
Oof.
I need to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Sure.
All right. God damn it! I thought we were gonna get to the cotton today. I thought for sure we were gonna get to the cotton today, but man, these other fields are just crazy how big they are. Poo. Glorious poo. 1.5 million liters of poo. Alright, well. Hopefully Oz gets back here and in time and sees what I'm doing. So yeah, this will be ready to harvest.
I am here. I'm talking to my dad. Get a combine going?
Yeah, I'm starting to harvest the sorghum field, so
Okay. I'll lend a hand. Alrighty. Yeah, Wednesdays he makes a run out, so he was mostly wondering if I needed anything. Alright, so I got that one going. I'll start another one for the center. As are you. Good, good.
Okay.
Ooh, there's a buggy. Hey, you want to take a ride in the front of the harvester?
Take a ride? Would you like to be part of the harvest? Yeah, I honestly thought we were going to get to the cotton today, but Jesus.
Shoot.
We didn't even plow this last field over here. Like crazy. I might have to plow that in between streams because it's going to be a thin but really tall field. 2 by 5 squares. That's going to be like a crazily sized field, but
Which way will it go? Doing a ride along in the harvester.
all right. I'm ready to. It is going to go left.
Should I get the plows ready?
Yeah, we gotta get them positioned. Or actually, the next step is fertilizing. So the fertilizers need to get placed in position.
I don't pay attention to whether they need fertilizer or not. I usually let you deal with that because usually you don't, or not usually, but you don't always need a new batch of fertilizer, right? Or is that lime?
Fertilizer, yeah, fertilizer is every time. Lime is the thing that's not every time.
Get this one set up, and then I think I actually will go AFK because I haven't had a bio break in a while. Oh, water's running low too.
Hence the bio break.
Yep. I think we've had a little bit of it in the past, but I remember I don't think it was us, but somebody was watching a stream or something. I think I was watching a stream maybe. And somebody got horribly offended when the streamer mentioned going to the bathroom. Not anything crude like, oh, I got to eat the lizard or anything like that. Just oh, I got to go to the bathroom, and somebody was just like they shot a dog live, you know,
Yeah.
offended.
Like, ooh, too much information. Like, that's gross. It's like, for me, if you have a reaction like that, you need to I don't know, get a life, I guess. I wouldn't even know how to react to somebody like that. Like, you don't use the bathroom? Like, that's not a thing that you do? Are you an android? Are you a cyborg of some kind? Uh, just like, this is kind of a common thing amongst, every living creature out there. I don't know, maybe I just have a strong sensibility and I don't, I'm not affected like that or something. I don't know. But it is what
I
it
don't know,
is.
maybe it was a kid or something. Because I don't, it was text, so you can't tell their age. But even a kid, they'd probably find it more humorous than offensive.
A boy,
And,
especially.
yeah. All right, back soon.
Oh, there's the cat. Right on cue. Right on cue. Yes. Right on cue. Yes. Right on cue. Right on cue. There's the tail. Right here. Yeah. It's TREAT time. That's why. She knows how to tell time. Right about 5 o'clock every day. She knows what time it is. I don't know how. She doesn't have a little kitty wristwatch or anything. I don't know how she knows how, but even the same time every day. So it's not the sun, right? Can't be the sun because there's more sunshine in the summertime than there is now, and she still gets it within a half an hour every time. So I don't know how she does it. It's a mystery. There's a little internal clock, but she just knows what time it is. Oh, cotton trailers, I wish I could use you, but trying to sell things and stuff to limit the number of vehicles that we have around. Try to improve our FPS. I don't know why it overhangs so much. Just not sure why it does. With courseplay, you can have more workers. Oh, okay, excellent. I know that message was from a while ago. I just wanted to acknowledge that it was there, and I saw it.
Alright, I'm back.
He's back.
I got a case of crunchy neck. Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, if I don't get to sleep quickly when I lay down, you know, obviously you can have neck problems now and then, but I suddenly seem to get, it feels like almost gravel in my neck.
Ooh.
Not quite that, you know, severe, but because yeah, that would be a pretty high bar to hit.
All right, you sir, I'm tired of how much that's overhang. Yeah, look at that. What is up with it? Every one of these work. Not sure why it does that. Overlap a little bit, but not. It's like 2 or 3 meters. It's overlap. That's too much.
Huh.
Temperature is outside. Oh, we're down to 32. It dropped a single degree.
Uh-oh.
Snow is going to stop in the next hour, but then it's going to pick up tomorrow again.
Oof.
Yeah, we can also get the plows. Because the plows and the fertilizers. Oh, eggs again. God dang. Or it just filled up the. Tried to place them, but it can't suck them up fast enough to keep it going constantly.
Ah. Do you think I'm going to need to unload this sorghum harvester? Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to...
I mean, if you want it, I figured you'd want to do it anyway because you were having fun with it before.
Is true. Let's reduce the cruise control. Really help if the game wouldn't stutter on me. Is this close enough? Nope, not quite. There we go. Now I must just be getting the stuff that it's harvesting. But as long as I'm at it, I may as well get some from the next one. Where should I put this stuff?
Put one wagon worth in the silo. The rest can be sold.
Okay. Because yeah, we don't need too much of this. Wah! Damn it. Oof. Well, now it's just ticking me off.
Hmm.
Little stutters in the network, or maybe
Well,
it's hitching.
I'm selling vehicles and stuff. So
Ah, yeah, that's what it is. 'Cause that has a huge impact on the speed the vehicles are going, and I mean, uh, technically it doesn't. It just the way it looks like. And since I'm visually trying to line it up.
Hmm.
Not to mention one time I hit Control W to go forward, and it did a minor course correction. Ah, damn it! And there it just happened again. Yeah, I guess the moral of the story is don't use Control W for this. Oh, okay, that's probably the big problem. Ah, this harvester's set to 35.
Oh, interesting.
I was probably piloting it
All
because
right.
it has that issue on some fields.
There. Now it's 43, baby. Woo!
Okay. I was just going to set my fracture to 35, but
No.
either way.
Slowing down is not an option. Must go faster. Must go faster.
Well, yeah, apparently I just haven't watched Jurassic Park enough. Funny because that's like his line. He's like expected to say that in any movies, and now
Yeah.
what is
Sort
it,
of like
Jeff?
it's sort of like Arnold. You know, I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay, it must have unloaded it by now. Now it must just be giving me the
Yeah. If it's
stuff
just
as it harvests.
trickling in, then it's definitely done because it should be able to offload the tank extremely fast.
Yeah. And you said cell excess?
Yeah, once you have one done in the silo, go ahead and sell the rest.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah, this is couldn't imagine a realistic way of harvesting this fast. This looks so fast from inside the cabin. If you ever just just track one of these and hit C and see what it looks like from inside the cabin. It's crazy looking.
All the controls.
No, just how fast the field, like if you're inside the cabin, just how fast the field is going by, like.
Yeah. Probably a little pointless to grab the stuff out of this, but
Oh, if you're having fun, you're having fun.
yeah. It would also suck if it filled up right before it finished.
Just under 2 million in this one.
Nice. I didn't pay attention to where I was at beforehand, but it filled an empty trailer, so it must have been a lot. Now I'll just park this up there. And I suppose we can get the fertilizers going.
Not quite yet.
Well, pretty soon. Okay, now that was annoying. The speedometer, the like, where you have the cruise control setting, it was blue, which I thought meant that the cruise control was enabled. So I let off the accelerator and 0 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's usually blue when the cruise control is on.
Yeah, there must be some kind of either a bug or a desync of some kind. Or a bug sync.
Can you hop into E there and
Sure.
manage it? It's going to be very confused in a very short amount of time.
Where'd the field go? Oh, there it is. Looks like that one's got a little bit left in it, so
Yep.
sell, sell, sell. I wonder, if I line it up right, can I dump out both of them at once?
If we had the engines running when you leave, it would work, yeah. But since when you get out of the vehicle, it turns the engine off.
Oh, I was gonna stay in the vehicle.
Yeah, but you can only be in one vehicle at a time.
Oh, well, I'm selling it to the thingamajig.
Oh,
Yep, it
you
worked.
wanna unload two at once? Yeah, it does. They're just short enough to be able to work.
Nice. Would help if I had the ability to finish sentences.
Who needs words?
It's true. They only confuse things. Shoot. Come on. I'll hop in the fertilizer and get that one going. Boy, with the stuff on top here, the cut plants, it's tough to see unless you're looking top down where it's fertilized and not.
Yeah, a little harder, but still okay. Not too bad.
Yeah. My graphics settings probably make it a little worse too.
True.
I cut it down a little because I was having frame rate issues. I keep meaning to turn it back up because I think in part it was something else. Can't remember what though.
Yes, cat, you can stop staring at me. Freaks me out. People just sit on the floor and stare at me for 30 minutes, man. It's just like what are you thinking?
Yup. I mean, there's kind of a feeling whenever anything's watching you, but it seems like when a cat is watching you, it's worse.
It's judging you. That's why. Not just watching you, it's judging you.
True.
Cat judgment's real.
Cat judge.
Okay.
All right, you got the last of those going? Or oh no, here it is.
Alright, get this hopefully lined up. You want to hop in the plow that's on the southeast? I think it's, yeah, southeast corner. I already moved the plow
Sure.
down there. We should
So we can
be,
get the
yeah, trying to be efficient with this here. Because we might have to lime and rocket, or lime and pick up rocks. I'm not sure.
well, it looks like it is going to need to be rock picked at least. They're red.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we're going to need lime, because I'm not seeing,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not seeing the cyan color, as it were. We've been going a little over 5 hours.
Hence the Lucy judgment.
Yeah, she's an impatient kitty. No, she's actually very, very patient.
Compared to most cats, yeah.
Oh, is that a bump?
I might have to go see what they're barking at. The dogs are just going completely nuts out there.
Now we just got to monitor these plows to make sure they don't try to plow under one of the neighboring fields, because that would suck.
Yeah. I'm gonna AFK so I can check on the dogs, but I should be right back.
Okay. Ooh-itty. And I know I didn't get blasted I don't know what's going on, but thank you, Coffee, for the donation. I see that pop in. I don't know why. I don't know why Streamlabs didn't blast me with that. It's on. I didn't touch that, so maybe there's just that much of a delay. I don't know. That's weird. But yeah, thank you very much, sir. Make sure this goes the right direction.
Hello there.
It's a coffee.
I am so disappointed that it didn't give you a jump scare.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wrong.
I mean, it's either delayed by an unbelievable amount or Streamlabs is down.
Yeah. Well, you're still streaming, and the audio is good.
Yeah, but the Streamlabs is what the audio, like the little animation that plays, that goes through the Streamlabs, which is a separate website. So that website detects
a super chat or a super sticker
yep.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe because it was a sticker instead of a chat. I don't know. Anyway, hello there. How are you? It's been a while.
It has. How are you back from your travels?
Yes, I am back from that 4-week-long mission.
Jesus.
Yeah. 4 weeks on the road. Absolutely nothing of importance was accomplished because we spent most of that time being broken waiting on parts.
Of course.
And some of those parts came bad from stock, so we had to order more parts.
Oh my god.
And then, to top it off, which is the best part, one of the times we were waiting on parts, we were waiting on it to come on a C5, and those are somewhat notorious for also breaking. So it was delayed because the plane that was supposed to bring us our part was broken as well.
In the ultimate nested irony.
Yeah, right? And, I mean, don't get me wrong, the trip definitely had its perks, it was fun, but I was stuck in Delaware for 2 weeks. That part wasn't so fun.
Right?
Yeah, because, I mean, when you're gone TDY on a mission, you get per diem, but unfortunately per diem when you are stateside is, I think we were making maybe $60 a day extra.
That doesn't go very far.
In England, it was $130 a day.
Huh.
So, yeah, that was a thing. But I am back. Unfortunately, I will be transitioning to night shift, so I don't know how often I'll be around. I just got back from work right now. I'm on days for this week.
Holy cow. What about Saturday? What are you doing Saturday? What's your schedule like?
That depends on what the fiance has planned for garden stuff, but there is a possibility I'll be able to join. We do need to get our winter garden planted and everything so we can have some nice veggies for the winter time.
Winter garden.
Mm-hmm.
It is literally snowing. There's like 6 inches of snow on the ground outside, right?
Yeah, so I heard. I'm kind of jealous. I haven't seen actual snow in over a year, maybe more.
Yeah. I had an emergency grocery trip yesterday.
Smart move.
Was
the toilet paper bought up?
No, I didn't look at toilet paper.
You should always look at toilet
groceries paper. Always, when winter storm's coming, it's always groceries that sell out. Like, yeah. People usually have a good supply of toilet paper, but...
Well, hey, at least you have your garage fixed, right? And all your wood for the year, or for the winter?
Yeah, all that stuff is ready to go.
Buggy's not going to run out of wood.
I mean, I could, depending on how many... I don't have a fire every day. I only have fires in my fireplace when it gets really cold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 32 degrees out. This is not cold. Anybody who thinks this is cold, it's not cold. When it's minus 20, that's cold.
Oh, yeah. I remember times in the winters in Ohio when we got that, what they call it, the polar vortex, whenever you had that low pressure system over the lakes and it would drag all that cold air from Canada down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had like 3 weeks
You
straight
go.
of negative 20 degrees, and I remember um, getting off of work at the time, my high school job, and it hit positive 20 degrees. And I was rolling with the windows down, like, this is the best thing ever.
Yeah. Anybody who is living in a climate who, when it gets 20 degrees, if they're like, ooh, it's really cold outside, I invite them to come here in January and experience what true cold really is.
Like, yeah. Although, to be fair, I kind of feel like anything below negative it feels the same amount of damn, it's cold.
No.
That's because we
No.
live in a drier climate.
That's fair, because I've been in Alaska in the wintertime, and like negative 20, negative 30 feels uh, equivalent to as cold as the negatives that I felt when I was in Colorado or Ohio. But that's just me, and I could be wrong. I probably am. I usually am.
Yeah, cold. Cold is. I mean, from like
Perfect.
right around 0 to -10, then you know it's cold. But when it drops, -10 to -20, I mean the snow that you're walking on, the sound changes. It's so cold.
Oh yeah.
Like
I love when there's snow on the ground because it
um,
deadens all the sound, and it's just so quiet, but in a nice way.
yeah, it muffles the noise of the city, so to speak. And most of the time, traffic is on the road either, because who wants to drive in this?
Yeah.
But yeah, the anything below -20 is just so cold. I mean, you're looking at frostbite in 30 seconds to a minute.
Oh yeah.
When it's that cold, and if you don't have some way of warming your car, typically cars have a hard time starting at -30.
Oh yes, they do.
So
I remember my truck in Ohio also was it had to be parked outside, so yeah, I had to deal with that.
yeah, I have a trickle charger for my car. And
Absolutely a wonderful idea.
yeah, so in the middle of winter, January, February, I'll plug that thing in because the cold literally sucks the juice out of a battery. I mean, it's
absolutely.
really, really bad. So that trickle charger will charge it up, and then it will just be like, 1 or 2 watts, and it'll just keep the battery topped off. Otherwise, you have to plug in a block heater, and that's essentially a toaster for your engine block. It consumes a lot more power.
It sure does, but boy, they are useful. That's definitely a thing that is more so used on diesels, but I can see in the climate that you are in why it would be useful.
Oh yeah, cars. Like I've been plugging cars in all my life. It's weird. It's weird to see a car without a plug sticking out of its out of the hood, right? Usually, that's where the plugs kind of poke out, and yeah, it really saves you a lot being able to start your car. Engine block heaters, while they're expensive to run, they allow your car to warm up really fast,
Yeah.
because
And it helps lengthen the life of the oil in that type of climate.
right. I had my very first car was so funny. My very first car was essentially a lawnmower with a bigger cab. I mean, it was a 3-cylinder, 0.9 liter, 4-speed manual car. Absolute max redline speed was 55. That was my first car. And that car, you would open the hood and the engine block was tiny, and there was no air conditioning. It was a bare bones Mazda 323, 1988, I think. And just an absolute bare bones car. Nothing under the hood. And what was funny about that car is I would go out in the middle of winter, super cold outside, go out and start that car and let it run for like 10 minutes to warm up. Finally go out, and it was just barely getting warm.
The
After-
needle was just starting to move.
Yeah, it was just barely getting warm. I'd hop into it, start driving, and it would go right back down to cold again. Because there was nothing around the engine block to insulate it. So as soon as I started driving, the wind chill would strip the heat off the engine block, and it would go right back down to cold again.
I know a few people who would put like cardboard in front of their radiator for things like that.
Well, yeah, with the radiator, it's not moving that fluid through unless it hits a certain temperature. There are valves in there that block that stuff.
Oh yeah, I've had to change one or two of those before.
But the funny thing is like I could crisscross town twice, and that car would never warm up, just because of how cold it was. This car is a little bit better. It's got a little bit more meat to it, but I really thought we were going to get to cotton today. God, I completely misjudged. How long it was going to take to get these other fields
That's fair.
done.
Yeah, I again apologize for not being around to play.
Well, it is. I mean, you don't have to apologize. It is what it is.
Yeah, I suppose. You know I enjoy it.
But the only thing that sucks is
Get you to play Farming Simulator.
yeah. The only thing that sucks is you were the one that like wanted me to play, and here we are playing, and then you can't actually join us. That's the only thing that's like, oh well.
I will have to say though, you have spoiled me with your mods, because now I play and I try and play a vanilla or moderately modded game, and the combine's only moving at 6 miles an hour.
Oof.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean on vanilla fields, if you're on like the Alma, Missouri, or if you're on a 1x regular map and they've got tiny little
not so
fields, then it's fine. But on a really big field, on a big map, like that's your hours of sitting around, like twiddling your thumbs, going, okay, well, it is what it is.
And in the case of those ones, I would have like 5 or 6 combines going with course play, which helps the grind a little bit. But boy, it still takes 5 hours for a combine to complete one thing.
Right. I've got five combines ready for that cotton field.
Oh boy.
So when the time comes,
Enough.
but I modded the I don't know if you saw that modded version of the combine.
Mm-hmm.
It spits the bale out the back 4 times faster than the normal one does.
That's good. And
So-
doesn't have any weird glitching or anything?
No, I've found a way to do it where it doesn't glitch it out.
Because
so-
that was a big issue.
Yeah, so I found a shortcut way to do that, and yeah, it's glorious. It's so fast. It's so fast.
I love
Yay
it when
for
you turn
your-
the V.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead.
I love it when you start turning the vehicle and it just doesn't turn.
Yeah, that's a thing. And I saw your new combine trailer. That looks like it'll be useful when we get to it. Or I mean, sorry, cotton trailer, not combine.
Oh,
trailer.
yeah, at the very beginning of the stream, I show the cotton trailer in action. I pick up all the bales that we had sitting on the farm, and I drop them. I drop off the bales at the farm factory. So if you wanna, I don't know if you can fast forward all the way until YouTube transcodes the video, but yeah, the very beginning, and I fixed one bug. There was a bug with the the trigger that I put in for cotton, it was blocking pallet spawning, so I had to separate out the i3D. I was hoping to get it all in one, but yeah, I remember I had to do that. I had the same thing happen with the wood trailer, which is why the wood trailer is a separate i3D as well. But so one bug fixed. I did that live on stream, so everybody, if anybody wants to know how that works, you know, the work that goes into stuff like that. I fixed the bug on stream, so and then I kind of cover, when I fixed the bug, I kind of covered the script and stuff, how it works, how the thing actually operates. All right, fingers crossed. Are you gonna go? No, you are not.
I think I saw you post some work on Vintage Story while I was gone. How's that going?
Slow, very, very, very slow.
The usual.
I am honestly having doubts I'm going to be able to actually get it to work, because I've written so much code for the catenary side, the wire side, and the electrical network side. I don't know if any of it worked. So when the time comes to actually, I mean, the code compiles. Like, I can compile it, and it theoretically works. Theoretically, you know, I've figured out, and all the objects and everything is there. But in practice, if there's a bug, if there's a bug with the system, and if the bug is on the logic side of things, I'll probably be able to figure it out. But if the bug is on the rendering side, if it's a bug with the rendering or anything involving like saving the 3D file to disk and then loading it, like the rendering side of things, the 3D object vertex side of things, I don't have any experience with, and that is kind of what I doubt myself on.
Yeah.
So if there's a bug with that, it's like, what I really want to do is get all of the objects, everything sort of theoretically in there, and then send it all to Tyrone. And Tyrone will be like, you know, as like, here's all the objects. You know more about how this shit works than I do. Like, all of, like, 99% of the work is done. All you need to do is the last 1% of, does this shit work with the API? Because I want the catenary side and the electrical network side part of the base game.
Yeah.
Are you gonna... Damn it, why are you not going the right direction? It's insisting on going left every time.
I hate when it does that, and I don't know why. I wish you could just tell the helper which direction you want it to turn. Instead of letting it do it automatically all the time, I wish you could tell it which direction you want it to go. I understand it's a little more micromanaging and it's annoying, but it would be very useful.
No, the thing with the... Whatever script is doing this, right? Is Os, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
You need to monitor the plows and stuff, because the plows are starting to get to the end here. But either you do that or you handle the rock picker. I don't know. Like the E plows are almost done. That plow is done because B is going to come back up.
Yep. Not this one.
So that E is done.
So the puppies were going nuts, and that's why I had to left. And the reason it took me longer is because I'm pretty sure I mentioned it to you, that lady that ran out of gas near our house. I'd given her some because we got a stash.
Okay.
She was bringing back the gas.
Oh. So you refilled your...
Yep. How about this? Is that one? Okay, this one's gonna be done sooner. Right now I'm just folding these up and I'll move them out later. So they're all getting done right about the same time. Good timing on that. A little too good, maybe. But yeah, then of course my hands, even though I didn't, douse them with gasoline or something, those cans always have a little bit of gas on them. So I had to wash my hands twice because it didn't get rid of the stink. Oh, you're in it now.
Yeah, you're in. The thing about the getting back to Copy's comment on the workers for the workers are usually pretty good with every other aspect of the process. Plowing, planting, fertilizing, liming. It's just rock picking that sucks. And I don't know why they don't use the cultivated map, right? The cultivated map, if they use that, would tell you which side to rock pick on. The problem is, for me, the fact that I am plowing the field every time is not, I think very few people do that. I think most people use cultivators. Right? They actually use cultivators, which makes the ground look exactly the same as it does that we make it look like. So the smooth, like, manicured seed bed that we have is the cultivated thing. Right, but if you run a cultivator over it, it's cultivated again, right? It's so, yeah. The rock picking could use, I don't know how you do it. The fact that these stones exist, I don't know if you could do like an area-based search, right? Like when it gets to the end of the row, if it just like looks left and does a 5x5 look, and if there's no stones there, look left. And if there's, a stone on the left side, then turn left, right? Because there has to be something to tell which direction to go. But anyway. For me, it would be the cultivated ground because I plow. But if you don't plow, then it looks already cultivated, and I don't know what it would do, but I'm sure there's a bit that they could set on the flag here for processed, but it's not a solid texture, so you'd have to do like an area search. Position of the tractor, and then offset it, and then do a little area search. And if there's rock in there, then go that direction. If there's not rock there, look at the other direction. If there's rock there, go that direction. Now, if there's no rocks on either side, then that's it. Then you just stop. And then that would give you the ability to do headlands too with the rock pickers, because it just would be nice. I don't know of a way to force it to go to direction. That's an alternate thing you could do. Just have a flag set, controls, and just set it go right. Because now it's going to go left again. Yep.
It'd be very nice if you could help the AI helper just a little bit more by giving it some guidance.
Yeah. And of course, courseplay solves the problem with rock picking. You can do courseplay, and you could have 5 of these things on courseplay, and it would be just fine. But
Horseplay, unfortunately, has its own issues, too. It's not perfect.
right, and it's not perfect. It's good for a lot of things, but and Oz disappeared.
Yeah, sorry, I'm multitasking.
Not allowed, sir.
And here I thought you were single-threaded.
That was a good joke, Buggy.
So how does the old fiance deal with the extended trips and absences?
She doesn't like it. She doesn't love it. And I mean, I don't like being away either, but it is what it is, and she knows that that is just kind of the nature of the beast with my job.
Yeah, one of the tropes, I've seen a lot of TV shows over my many years. And one of the most common tropes of a lot of the crime stopper, crime solver shows that I watch. So I'm talking like
NCIS.
NCIS, a lot of these shows, right? And my favorite, which is Elementary, which is on Hulu.
Yeah, but I've seen some commercials.
I have watched Elementary all 6 seasons. 6 seasons. Yeah, I've watched it all through probably 7 times. Like, I love the whole premise of that show is just phenomenal, and they did a really good job on it. But one of the characters is the captain of a police station, and of course, during like the first season, it comes out that he's having trouble with his marriage, that his wife wants him around the house more.
Yeah.
And it's such a common trope where you have a cop or a detective or an FBI agent, right? And this is on Criminal Minds as well. Criminal Minds, which I've, again, seen several times through. The main character, Aaron Hotchner gets divorced in like the first or second season because his wife is like, I want you around, you live for your work. The main problem I have with that is when these people got married, they were already in that job. They were already working in that profession when they got married, and suddenly the women are like, oh, you're not around enough. And I'm like, at what point did they ever tell you I'm going to be around more? It's like, no, their job is taking a large chunk of their time. Not only that, but in every single one of these instances, the woman is not working.
Yeah.
She's staying at home and she's bitching. The one on Criminal Minds was really bad. Like, you're not a home enough. It's like, woman, you are spending my money. Just like, like, are you kidding me? You're complaining about your man not being around. Okay. And then every time they get the house,
All the stuff.
There's just something fundamental bothers me about a woman who gets into a relationship like that, only to then not being enough. So I don't know how realistic that is. The fact that it's such a common trope of the genre, like, I don't know how accurate it is.
I think one of the things with it, at least, is you think you can handle the being alone more, but you can't handle it after you've been used to them being around. And so, like, I know one of the things with this most recent one, the 4 weeks of being gone, the issue was the last time, like, when I was deployed and I was gone for only 3 months, which is actually very short, because usually it's 6 to 8 months, we had roommates at the time. And the roommates definitely help that because of the fact that you have other people with you.
Right.
But being alone is different.
Oh, I get that too. Yes. I understand that, but as far as the health of the relationship, that's really where I'm fundamentally coming from. But the relationship between the two people, how strong it is. Like you marry a cop or you marry an FBI agent, there's an understanding there, right? And what I could never understand about the whole Criminal Minds, like the Hotchner thing, is this guy is literally leading the team that's catching serial killers, and his wife is like,
What I want you here.
is like, you need to be home more. It's like, no, woman, I need to be out catching these mofos. Like, how is it you think this is the priority? Like,
Yeah. And I've seen the same thing in my work with coworkers that happens. They go on trips far more often than I do. There are people that are home less than they are away. They spend more time on missions away than they are home, and their marriages or relationships suffer for it, even though like the person that they were with understood allegedly that that's how it's going to be.
right, and I think the common trope is the woman expects, and I'm not, I want to try to refrain from generalities here, because obviously there is variation everywhere, so it's not one size fits all, but it is a common thing where a woman is like, well, this is good for now, but it'll change in the future. It'll be better in the future. And it's like, if you have that expectation, just like a woman who starts dating a guy and expects to quote unquote fix him, right? That's a common thing too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna fix him. And it's like, if you go into a relationship with that expectation, you will only ever be disappointed.
Setting yourself up for failure is what we like to call it.
Right. I had a buddy in college who was dating a girl, and this woman was my buddy was a kind of a passive, soft-spoken guy. Very, very intelligent, really, really good people person, but kind of a pushover. And his girlfriend was a dominating personality. Like, if she did not get her way, watch
Game
out,
over.
right? And,
Karen?
well, a Karen, but, like, just vicious. Just, like one time I was, I had a really nice car at the time because I had an awesome job. So I had a G35, an Infiniti G35. And him and I were out cruising around in my car, and she calls him because she doesn't have a license, nor does she have a car. So he has had to basically drop her off and pick her up from work every day. So we're tooling around, and she calls him and says, "Hey, I got off early. Can you come pick me up?" And he's like, "All right, I'm with so and so. We'll come pick you up." So, and we're a ways away from her place, and so, I drive all the way on the other end side of town, and I pull up, and the first thing she says when I pull up is, "You're late. Like, why did it take you so long to get here?" And I looked at her straight up. I kid you not, because I have zero tolerance for bullshit. I looked at her straight up and said, "You can walk."
Yeah, right.
Shut her ass up
That went over well.
right quick. But he was just sitting there going, "Oh my God, I'm going to pay for that later."
Yep.
So, that's the kind of personality that she had. And I didn't put up with that shit at all. But I didn't really talk to him about it. I didn't say anything until one day he comes to me months later, and he's like, her name was Jen. I don't care. There's a lot of Jens out there. Try to take your guess. He's like, "I want to ask her to marry me. What do you think?" Right? And I'm this guy. I am his friend, not her friend. And so when he asked me that, I'm like, okay, I need to be honest with this guy, right? I need to be honest with him.
Run for the hills, bud.
And I told him, I said, honestly, I mean, it's almost verbatim, but I said, there may come a day when you assert yourself or you want something that she doesn't. And I said, when that day comes, or if that day comes, the relationship will be over. Because thus far, you've gone along with everything that she wants. But if you ever push back and you don't agree with her about what you want or what it could be something as innocuous as a meal, then the relationship will be essentially over. If you ever try to assert yourself and you mature. Because she cannot handle anybody to say no to her. Period. And I said, unfortunately, I think that the time will come when that happens. You know, I said, you are, because he was, you know, a few years younger than me. And I said, you know, you're still maturing. He was in his, at the time, this was years and years ago. He was like 22. And I was like 28, 29. And I was like, yeah, you get 25, 26, and you start, you kind of come out of your own little shell sometimes. Not everybody does, but a lot of people do. And yeah, I told him straight up. I said, she's not going to be able to handle you having an opinion. And I said, you know, be honest. And you know, it was honest, and I don't think he took it very well. You know, we didn't talk much after that. He did invite me to the wedding, so I did go to the wedding. And she hated me. Because I did not put up with her shit at all. And so, yeah, she did not like me very much. But, yeah, they got divorced a few years ago. It wasn't very long. They got divorced.
Not surprising, but too bad anyway.
Right. And, you know, it's just, it is what it is. But, yeah, it's unfortunate.
It happens.
Although even worse would be, you know, being stuck in a loveless marriage.
Yeah, that would be dreadful, especially with her. And what's funny, right? So
one of my buddies popped the question to someone he met, and they've been dating maybe 6 months. And there are those that work out, but this was one of the ones that's like, dude, don't do it. And big surprise, she ended up leaving him for someone else that she was seeing on the side, sort of deal.
oh yeah. One of the funniest things, you know, people try to not become their parents. Or if you accuse them of, like, if you looked at them as like, man, you're exactly like your mother. Like, if you actually said that to somebody, you know what the response is, right? I mean, it's
absolutely.
It's how dare you, right? The funny thing was, right? The lead up to the wedding, in this particular case, the lead up included a meal with both families. So his family and her family. And I was invited to this because I was a really good friend, and I had met his dad, and I had met his sister. Like, we had been friends for quite a while. Been out to his family farm, and, you know. So I was invited. I was one of the few only non-family members invited to this thing. And we go out to the truck stop. The truck stop food.
Hey,
the funny thing, it was good. It's good food. So we go in, and it was about the time when the entire state banned smoking in general indoors. So the truck stop had a area sectioned off, completely walled off for smokers. And so you could still smoke, but it was completely walled off from everybody else.
Oh, I bet that smelled wonderful.
Yeah, that's the reason, is to separate them out, right? So at the time, her mother was the only person in the entire group of like 25 people who smoked. The only one. And we walk in there and she's like, "Are we getting a seat in the smoking area?" And everybody's like, "No." Everybody else is like, "We are not going to get a seat there." And I kid you not, she sat in the smoking area for the entire dinner. And that is where everybody else got a huge table or a set of tables all pushed together. And so the whole party sat out, in the regular dining area. Yeah, grass. The regular dining area. The only person to sit in the smoking area was her mom, and she sat the entire. She wasn't even a part of the dinner. So I remember seeing that and going, Jen is exactly like her mother. Because that shows you the stubbornness and the complete detachment from reality. Your daughter's getting married, and the family is having the giant meal together, and you are separating yourself from everybody just based on spite. So I remember that so well, and I was like, oh my god, she's exactly like her mother. So it was amusing. It was amusing to me anyway. I doubt my friend liked it very much. And Jen was just like, shook her head and she goes, "Geez, I don't know what's going on." Like she couldn't understand her mom. It was like, "Woman, you are just like her. What are you talking about?" Yeah. It's hard being a friend and being like, a person who looks at you and says, "No, a friend would support me no matter what." It's like, no, a friend would actually tell you the truth and tell you this is a bad thing to get involved with. But it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
Hard truths are. All right, this is going the right way. That's good. Dun, dun, dun. And hey, Alex, how's it going? Good evening, sir.
All right, just waiting on the center one to see which direction it goes.
Dun,
And I'll
dun,
get this
dun.
one too.
So what I'm doing, essentially, I'm planting grass in this one. What I'm going to do is we're going to start planting grass. Every time a field gets done, we are going to plant grass as a return to nature, as if we were never here sort of thing. Like, we pulled what we pulled out of the ground, and now we're returning it, I don't know, poetically. I really want to get this one over here, at least one crop into this one, but maybe not. Maybe I'll just leave that. I mean, we own the land. Not like we're short of money. Are we even? I can't even tell.
No, I don't think you have enough money.
Honey and raisins. Maybe somewhere. I know the clothes are selling. Oh, we never loaded more potatoes to make fries.
Oh yeah.
It holds 5 million potatoes. So for some reason, the cereal isn't selling. Or if it is, it's selling in tiny amounts or not at all. Yeah,
Excellent.
I really wanted to show off the cotton things today. If you want, I can show you just with cheating a bale in. Gotta find a truck. You don't need a truck. You can load them in. But yeah, cotton trailer. Let me show you on the purchase menu. Vehicles, cotton technology, cotton enclosed trailer. You can see the cotton down here. And this guy here is realistic, unrealistic, extreme, and Uber with 5 million cotton. And then the details, I changed the texture to cotton here. I did text the guy, not text him. I left a comment asking what this font is. I could swear I've seen this font before. I just don't know exactly what it is. But yeah. Unfortunately, the N, we don't have an N, so I couldn't copy all the letters. But yeah, so we have a cotton version of that, and it holds 5 million liters, which, if I did the math on it, was 250 square bales.
Yeah, that should do it.
Oh, Ross didn't hire the worker.
What? Oops. Yeah, I could have swore I did.
There we go. Righty. So yeah, we have cotton here, cotton up here, and cotton over here. I think we have enough cotton. And this, I think, is soybeans. No, oats. That's his oats. What the heck was this one? Barley? Yeah. I think I planted this one barley just because it's like, I don't think I've ever planted barley before. So I was like, one field can be planted with barley.
Sounds right. So I didn't catch. Are you back for a while, Mr. Coffee?
Yes,
Or-
I will be back for a while. I won't be taking any trips anytime soon.
Excellent.
So you know that
Yeah,
you're aware
I
of.
know.
Man, if I wouldn't have flubbed that up, and if I would have hired that one, that it would have been one of the most coordinated planting sessions we've had.
Yeah, coffee. One of the fields, this big one over here, the southeastern corner here. This field we planted potatoes, and we pulled, I want to say, about 26 million liters of potatoes out of this field.
That would do it.
The smaller field, that I'm highlighting here, this one just north of us here, this I planted sugar beets. How many damn sugar beets did we get out of that field? We got like at least 15 million sugar beets out of that field. This one here. I didn't dare plant one of these big ones with sugar beets, but yeah, one of the mods I added was the new and improved harvester with a 12-meter wide header on it.
Oh yeah, that'll be useful at least. A little bit bigger. Did you happen to get a chance to watch the trailer for the new expansion coming out?
Oh, I've seen a bunch of videos on it already. Yeah, all the equipment and stuff.
Did a trailer basically going over all of the new vehicles that are going in, but they did it with a techno electronic soundtrack to go with it, talking about each vehicle shortly. It was interesting.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have in the silo 48 million liters of straw, 17 million liters of potatoes, 11 million liters of oats, 8 million liters of sugar beets, 8 million liters of soybeans, 6.6 million liters of canola, 5 million liters of corn, 2.8 million liters of sorghum, 2.4 million liters of sunflowers, and 1.2 million liters of wheat. There's a lot. The straw, and we haven't captured straw in forever. All right. Yeah, we did that whole sorghum harvest without capturing straw. I'm kind of curious to see, is this going to be one stop? I can never judge if it's going to be the full width. I doubt it.
Wow, that is stuttering.
No, there's going to be a sliver left, even if you redid that.
Yeah.
So I will go down to this one.
Okay.
And fire him. It's okay that they're off. They're not coordinated perfectly because it gives us time to wrangle the equipment.
Yeah. Equipment wranglers.
So, Coffee, we've been discussing earlier today what game to go to next. I don't know, maybe Coffee, girlfriend aggroed her.
Maybe.
I'm guessing he girlfriend egg.
Another one that popped into my brain.
Oh.
I batted the idea of it around a while ago, and just hadn't thought of it since. Is Project Zomboid? Would you want to revisit that one? That one's funner with more people, though.
Um, not really.
Fair enough.
The pure survival part of things, I don't find a lot of fun in that.
Yeah.
The food, the the detailed nature of that game. Where you had to like exercise and you had like it was kind of overwhelming. Like if it's a game that's like trying to simulate life, to me that's life. It's not fun. Life sucks, man. Like life is hard, and if you play a game that is just as hard, like why not actually leave the computer and exercise? Right. So there has to be some element of fun in it. There has to be some element of a game and not just like a brutal survival simulator. So yeah, Project Zomboid, you know, if it was something new that had other elements, like I don't know what Humanit Z has in it, like if it has, you know, if there's automation in it, you know, like the one game that was, I forget what the name of it was. You just mentioned it a couple days ago. The one with the traps where there's zombies every night.
Night of the Dead.
Night of the Dead. Like the traps, the fact that you could have this like almost carnival-esque maze where the zombies were just getting pummeled by all these weird things, all these weird traps. Like that's entertainment. That's just pure entertainment for me. But then you break the whole thing by the big ones, the giants that spawn, which is completely crazy. But yeah, I like automation. I like that a lot more. Like I would be more privy to updating the builders pack for Minecraft than a lot of other options. Just because it's like I like the automation. I like resource gathering, automation, getting more and more and more efficient, more stuff automated, more recipes automated. Like I don't know why that appeals to me. You know, getting Factorio, getting that kind of stuff automated. So Desynced, you know, again, that's a blank slate. Not 100% sure what the challenges or benefits of that are, but
Of course, I come in the wrong way with the.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You just park it. You know.
Oh. Already turned around now.
Oh, it's too late. Okay. Yeah, I know we're gonna do this again on Saturday. We're gonna have another big stream. I'm hoping to. Yeah, I'm hoping to actually get some cotton automated. Now since we're replanting in grass, which is done. Basically, as we plant more and more things in grass, that'll dictate when we're done. When everything's back to grass. I want to get a couple more. I want to get a couple more streams out of this because it's my mental health is. The onset of winter always is a rough time of year. I kind of have to go into like hibernation mode in my mind. I just kind of have to be like, all right, the weather sucks. You know, it is what it is. We just have to kind of hope for the best and hunker down. All right, try trying to sell certain things and stuff to get her done. But yeah. So as we replant things into grass, it's not like we're gonna mow. You know how much grass one of these big fields would give us if we actually mowed it?
Yeah.
A lot. We get out of this plot here, this single square, we get 2.5 million liters of grass every time we mow it. So one of these large fields would be, that'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 22.5 million liters of grass out of one of these. So we're not mowing it. I'm just planting it grass because we came into it with grass, you know. And if I upload, well, I don't really need to upload the save. It's kind of, I don't know. The map is already uploaded, so I don't think we need to upload the save, do we? Ooh, eggs are
I
full.
don't see any particular reason, but I'm not everyone, so.
Get out of here, eggs. That didn't crush any eggs, did it? I hope not. I hope I didn't break any eggs by backing out of them.
Knocked a few over, but
Alright. Let's go. We're slowly moving up in money. Drop some eggs off here. I have no idea how much of these that actually are used. Cake and bread aren't being made. Well, I think cake is. Isn't it? No, we're out of chocolate.
I looked it up, and as far as I can tell, there's not automation in Humanity.
Was there anything, like, can you discern if there's anything unique about the game other than a visually, like a more visually interesting version of Project Zomboid?
Not that I noticed at a quick glance. I'd probably, really to tell the difference, you'd have to probably watch a video, or I'd have to probably watch a video, or just play it, I suppose. I own it after all.
Yeah.
It did look like one of the bases had those spike fences. I know there's a name for them specifically. I just can't think of it. So it seems like it's a little more in line in that regard, at least. Because yeah, the vanilla Project Zomboid doesn't have traps. Not zombie traps, anyway. Which, I mean, I think that should be a separate mode. Like the default mode is no traps, and then have a second mode that has zombie traps. But I suppose they had to, they'd have to make sure that there's triggers and stuff for it, because I don't know if the base game has trap trigger type thing. I know there's mods that add it, so it's possible. It's just I also don't know how many resources that chews up in the background.
Why do I hear?
A planter? Yeah, I heard one too.
Not a. I don't know if it's a planter or what it is, but it's like. Oh, did it go away? Did I find it? Yep, I must have found it. Yeah, one of them was just sitting there running idle. I got poo. I've got poo. 1.6 million liters of poo.
Delicious and nutritious.
Ooh. Well, in certain parts of the world, I remember I saw a documentary, one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life. I saw a documentary on the worship of cows in India. There's a branch of their religion where the cow is essentially God. And so they revere the cow as a deity. So obviously leather, any cow products are not cool. But the cow is so revered that anytime if you see like footage from India and there's just cows wandering around, that is why. Because there's part of their religion that says that they're deities. And if you have a wedding and a cow wanders in, it's considered a massive blessing, right? Imagine you're at a wedding and then Jesus walks in, right? That's the level of like revering that they have for these animals. Well, even better if it visits your wedding and takes a big dump. That's even better. And so you know what they do? They make a soup out of it and eat it. And I remember watching this going, are you insane? You're eating manure. They literally made a soup out of manure and you're eating manure. Like, how crazy? How crazy do you have to be? Man, you have to really like cows. But anyway, I that stuck in my memory. So I mean, this must have been 20 years ago. I saw this documentary, and it's still fresh in my mind. It was so disgusting.
As fresh as the poo?
As fresh as the poo. I mean, it was steaming, and they're just like diving into it, man. I'm like, what is going on right now? Anyway, I'd just show up in my leather jacket and be like, what's up, everybody? All right, I am. I'm going to sell.
Talk about eating horrifying things. I think yours probably trumps it. It depends on your perspective, really. But there was in the sorry, in Britain, he was a reporter for the BBC. If I remember correctly, I might have some of the facts wrong, but overall, the general idea I'm pretty sure is accurate. He was visiting a tribe of people somewhere, and actually, tribe might not be the right word. I think they are more modernized, but they're not. They still have a tradition where when one of their elders dies, they cook up a nice brain stew.
Oh dear Lord.
Uh-huh. And keep in mind, this is a mainstream news reporter. He's asked to partake of it, and he accepts. And it's just like, ew? Why would you do
Wow.
that?
This
And
is
he's just like, because they asked. And it's like, or I didn't want to insult them. And it's like, yeah, no.
Are you talking about like brain of a person?
Oh yeah, human brain.
Yeah, there's something fundamentally wrong with that shit.
Yeah. I'll see if I can capture a name.
Okay. As soon as the eggs are empty, I'll sell the rest of the chicken.
Okay, this title I think is pretty damn inaccurate, and I was wrong. It's not a BBC reporter; it's a CNN reporter.
Yikes.
Oh, Reza Aslan. I remember hearing some pretty horrifying things about him.
And brain, there's a very, very specific disease that you can actually get by literally it's very similar to mad cow disease. It's literally the same sort of classification. Mad cow disease is what happens when you feed cow brains to cows, right?
Yeah.
The same sort of thing happens with humans. There is a very specific disease that attacks the brain if you eat the brains of another person, right? It is
I
a
think it's
very
potential, but yeah.
yes, but it's very specific to that narrow band of causes, and so if somebody has that, that's a problem.
Yeah.
There was a movie that I watched years ago, and
I think I know what one you're talking about.
I think it's called something like "We Are What We Are."
Oh no.
Yeah, it's called like "We Are What We
Must be
Are,"
something else.
and it's about a family where they're cannibal, and it is absolutely normalized with the family. Like everybody, I don't know. It's a bizarre thing, but it starts the way that the family was discovered. Was the mother dies of the condition I mentioned, and it was like the coroner was like, yeah, the only reason that they would have this is a pretty bad reason.
Yeesh.
So, eat all the legs and the thighs you want, but stay away from the brain. It's bad news.
Prions, I think is what.
Yes, prion
is
disease.
the-
Yeah.
Well, prion is a classification like a virus or bacteria. A prion is a very small, at least if I remember correctly. What's it called? Pathogen isn't the right word.
But I'm pretty sure it's like prion's condition or something like that. It's definitely related to that. So however you found that, yeah, I think that's definitely what it is.
I just remember. Oh yeah, here prion diseases. Oh, it diseases. Oh, so it's a classification. Yeah. A prion is a misfolded protein that can transmit its misfoldedness to normal variants of the same protein and trigger cellular death. Prions cause prion diseases known as transmissible spongiform encephalitis.
Lovely.
That are Yeah, that are transmissible. Fatal neurodegenerative diseases in humans and animals. But yeah, that's if I remember correctly too, the thing about them, you know, bacteria and viruses are big compared to a prion. And that's the real danger, is that it like defies um being detected and prevented. So even if you and I think even if you cook, which the thought of cooked human is horrifying in itself, um it's still transmissible.
Isn't it great the shit we talk about on this channel? I think it's great. Where the hell else are you gonna go with these subjects come up, right? Like the taboo shit is fascinating to me. Um, and it's hard to get more taboo than the big C. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Pig food. This pig food has been building up and building up and building up in these buildings since we started. So there's one large amount here. What recipe is actually creating? I don't think it's cereal. French fries, probably. Yeah, my guess would be French fries. That would be. And I think the grain mill must have some as well. So we have to get underneath here. Pig food here, and let's check. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Check up on here. Why is my FS2 on PC? My vehicle's blurry. What mod would make your vehicles blurry? I don't know. Make sure you don't have motion blur on. Texture resolution could do it. I mean, the controller doesn't have anything to do with textures. It all depends on what resolution you have, a video card, texture resolution. You know, the vehicles in the game are pretty detailed. So it's they're not short on polygons. You need a pretty beefy system to be able to sell the pig food. Sell the pig food. Let's see how much we get. Probably not much, but you know, it's basically free money. I'll take free money. 16x maps. Wow. Yeah, this is a 4x map. 16x map, I just couldn't, like, this is enough space. You would have to have, I mean, I even used realistic values for the value of like wheat and stuff. Like wheat and barley and corn, and I used, when I made this map, I literally used all of the as much real prices as I could, you know, converting it to liters. And we have had no problem making money. Even if we weren't manufacturing anything. If we were just straight up selling the grain, we would have no problem So I don't know what the purpose would be on a 16x map. I honestly don't. Unless you have radically realistic or even unrealistic but low values for material, or extremely high costs, which, you know, you could have if you had workers that if you know, tripled the cost of workers or something, I could see the need for giant fields. But 16x map, just the memory alone that you would need. I mean, this is a 4x map, and we're already down to about 40 FPS in the main area here. It's. I've been selling equipment to try to improve it. It hasn't been touched yet, but as we get closer and closer to finishing it out. My new cotton trailers. Let's show the cotton trailer here. So I'm gonna spawn in. Ooh, can I spawn one in? I might not be able to on a multiplayer game. Square, 48 cotton, adding bale. So there's a bale of cotton, right? And normally you would have to have a trailer to load these up, and normally you could get like 3 of them at a time. But now with my new cotton trailer, this sounds like a freaking ad for a cotton trailer. All you need to do is drive alongside and pop it in, and boom, there it is. Now we have the cotton trailer inside of there, or cotton is inside of there. And these are the super unrealistic, uber unrealistic storage, so they hold 5 million liters of cotton, which is 256 of those giant bales. So if you have a huge field like this of cotton and you're going to generate several hundred bales, if we look at our average thing here, how many bales did this have? 143. And then this one, 162. So that's 305. And then this last one over here, this one is 145. So that is 450. So the field that we harvested was this middle one here. This was where we harvested the cotton. And we got 450 bales from this field. And this is the next field of cotton that we have. So this one gave us 450. How many do you think this is going to give us? This is going to give us more. It's going to be more bales. And then we have this field. And then we have this one up here, which I think is even bigger than this one down here. So yeah, we have a lot of cotton, which is why I made the trailer. I planted all the cotton to encourage me to make the trailer, and now that we have the trailer, now I'm not worried about cotton at all. Isn't there a way? Reset bale counter, Alt X. There we go. I want to reset the bale counter on all these. That way, when we get to the next, when we do this field over here on Saturday, this is going to take a while. Alt X. Yep. There. The other two are brand new. They don't have any bales. So that'll really allow us to see how many bales. Zero, yep. Okay. That'll tell us how many bales are going to be done. Fun times. Yeah, this field is going to give us, my guess, if this one was 450, which is amazingly rounded, like 450, not 451 or 453, 450 exactly. That's kind of weird. This one, I'm going to guess 510. That's my guess. 510. We'll see on Saturday how many there are, but that's my guess. That's my estimate. We had a pool. That's what I'll put my money down on. 510. I'm sure it'll be like 600 something. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could actually estimate more like 5 3/4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 450. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a lot. But anyway, I really thought we were gonna get to cotton today. I was hoping we would, but I need to go and sell the cotton out of here. Yes, it's a little money, but and the coolest thing about these cotton trailers, when I finally got the script working, I didn't have to edit the sell point or the factory at all. It just works. When you drive up over it, it just allows you to sell it. So that was a single bale, 36 grand. Because we're basically going to sell all the bales off that field. It's going to be a lot. We're going to get millions and millions of dollars off of that field. But yeah, I didn't have to customize it at all. It just detects that there's cotton as a fill type, and it just pulls it out. It's really great. But anyway, that is going to do it for the stream, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by, and hopefully see everybody back on Saturday when we continue this lovely stream and get into the main cotton harvests. Oh, it's gonna be harvest season. So see everybody then. Thank you all for coming by. Thanks to Os for joining me, and Coffee for donating once again. Generous man. And yeah, see everybody